Everybody. Please can I welcome everyone to this meeting of Cabinet on Monday the 6th of March from the King Charles Hall, Winchester Guildhall. The time is 9:30 a.m. My name is Councillor Martin Todd, Chairperson of the Cabinet and Leader of the Council. This meeting is live streamed from the Council's YouTube channel, and the recording will also be available after the meeting. Subtitles can be switched on, and advice on how to turn these on is set out on our website. If you are joining us online, please turn your camera and microphone off. Can everyone ensure mobile phones are on silent? Can I remind members to use their microphones? In the unlikely event that it is necessary to evacuate the building, the fire alarm will sound. Please follow all the instructions given to you by our team. Can I welcome members of the public to this meeting this morning? We have one public deputation, and I will invite you to come forward when it's time to make your contribution. For the clarity of people here, agenda item 8 relating to Central Winchester Regeneration includes so-called exempt appendices. So that's where the council will be discussing commercially confidential information. And if we do decide to discuss that particular part of the agenda, then we will have to ask all members of the public and press to leave the meeting. The Wintonian room is available for people to wait in, and an officer will escort you. When we've finished, the meeting will reconvene in public. I will summarise in a confidential manner what happened in the exempt session. And we will have the final discussion and debate on the proposals. And if you want to rejoin us for that part of the meeting, you will be more than welcome. For anyone who's watching online, the live YouTube stream won't be broadcast while we're in exempt session, but will restart when we return to the open session of the meeting. I know that at the scrutiny meeting, there were questions about who's sitting at the table. So just so everybody's clear, we have the Cabinet is here, so Councillors Lerney, Gordon, Smith, Becker, Ferguson, Councillor Porter, I'm sure is on her way, Councillor Power, Councillor Thompson and myself. We have the executive leadership team of the council, and we also are very grateful today to have external advisors who will be taking us through certain aspects of the proposals in front of us. Jennifer Newsham from JLL, Stephen Matthews from Brown Jacobson, and Nick Wolford from 3110. The first item on the agenda is apologies. I haven't received any apologies, and we are quorate. We are trying to find where Councillor Porter is at the moment. We have the second item on the agenda is membership of Cabinet committees, and we have a set of changes which are laid out in the paper. I believe that Councillor Reid, although in theory you make the opportunity for councillors to say something is later on, I believe you might want to say some words on this. Is that correct? Before we move to the recommendations, would you like to come forward and quickly say what your concerns or questions might be about them?
Thank you, Leader, for this opportunity. As you know, the West of Waterlooville development has been development which has been underway for some considerable time. It is the only joint development in the district which is shared with another district. And because of that, the forum was set up, and the members who were sitting at that point in time came from across the district. However, about 6 or 7 years ago, under the direction of Steve Tilbury, who was then the strategic director, and Mr. Howard Bone, head of legal services, with due consultation with all parties, that's Hampshire County Council, Havant Borough Council, and the local members, and in that point in time, it was 2 parish councils because there was not a Newlands Parish Council. It was agreed that the representation on the forum, which had evolved since its initial setup, be diverted down to the local members of the wards. In Havant's case, I think there are 2 wards. In Denmead's case, there were 2 wards. And the membership from that would determine 5 would be on the committee and 1 would be a reserve. That went very well until Councillor Bento was put forward in those days as nominated a member. But as soon as this was pointed out to the members of the council and the cabinet at the time, the 5th place was taken by a member of Southwark and Wickham Parish Council. Southwark Wickham wards. The change of the terms of reference, as I say, had taken proper root and agreed by all parties. The voting system was that the members of the forum, full members of the forum, be Havant Borough Council, the Winchester District Councils, and 4 years ago, the Newlands Parish Council was established, and both Southwark and Denmead passed their seats over to members of the Newlands Parish Council. And this is the way that it's operated. It is an evolving body. The whole development is evolving. In the last 3 years, we have not achieved a vast amount at all. In fact, we've been told by the then chairman that no new business was to be transacted by the forum, which was, you know, we're in a build-out situation in West of Waterlooville, and therefore it's very difficult. And one must look at it and say, well, why have we got a forum if we're not allowed to discuss anything new? We're still discussing, I would say, items that are 4 years old. They came in at the end of my time as the chairman of that body. One of the main reasons for the forum, right from the very beginning, was the integration of the 2 communities, Havant Borough members and Winchester City Council wards. That is stepping backwards. It's moving backwards. As the leader knows, and the portfolio holder, the joint planning committee, which was set up, hasn't met since this administration took over. It's, you know, we have major development of which the members are not getting the opportunity to judge locally, but also the original planning was two planning committees sitting together. We evolved that down to 1 joint planning committee with 5 members and 4 members accordingly. That has not met. We've got major development up there, which is actually straddling both authorities, and only one authority or the other is making the decisions. We're actually further back than we were before we started the forum. I thank you for the opportunity, Chair, and basically it is asking the question, can you confirm that the terms of reference are still agreed by all parties and that no changes have undertaken place without due process? And all the changes that I've spoken about were actually minuted of the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Reid. You've put a lot of questions in scope there. There was a cabinet paper which, well, I'll quickly confirm a few things with officers. I mean, first of all, the current arrangements did go through our governance. I think earlier, mid last year, is that correct? We had a paper, I think, in about Going to tell me when it was.
Thank you, Leader. I can't confirm the date of the paper, but what we have in front of us is detail that's set out in the Constitution, and we have, I think that dated back over the last 2 years. It hasn't been updated since then. But what I certainly would recommend and suggest is that I take some time to go through what we have in the Constitution with Councillor Reid, and see if that tallies with what his expectation is. There is a recommendation, and there is a recommendation in here that allows the forum to put forward recommendations for the Constitution and for the makeup and setup of that. So we can certainly take your ideas going forward. We can contrast and compare to what we have detailed in the Constitution, and I can come back to you with that. Thank you, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, just so that we're clear in terms of the specific recommendation today is that Councillor Atchwell replaces Councillor Clear on the committee, and Councillor Cutler, who is a local councillor to the area and represents the southern half of the Newlands area, to be appointed chairperson. I know that Councillor Atchwell doesn't live in the west of Waterlooville area, but similarly for the North Whiteley Development Forum, Councillor Kern doesn't live in the North Whiteley area, and at least 4 members of the Kings Barton Forum don't live in Kings Barton. So it is currently the case, and we do have a common terms of reference and constitution for all of them, except for the fact that this is a joint committee. It is currently the case that neighbouring areas that in many cases are affected by the consequences of large developments, but where the councillors don't directly represent the people living in that development, are present on all of our development forums. In addition, as you know, I take collaboration with Havant extremely seriously. I've met the leader of Havant in Waterlooville to discuss how we can work more closely together. So I do take your point about the importance of joint working and how we make sure that our residents in West Waterlooville are fully considered in terms of thinking of Waterlooville as a whole, but also the nature of the West of Waterlooville development, where most of it sits within the Winchester district, but parts of it do sit within the Havant district, are properly reflected in collaborative working. Obviously, I can't comment in detail on the workings of the planning committee because that's a regulatory committee and Cabinet isn't allowed to decide exactly how that should function and what business it deals with. However, I think the question of development forums and how they develop and how they relate, particularly when we have new parishes being created, is an important one. So, although it doesn't strictly relate to this particular item of business, I will ask that the question of development forums is looked at again as part of the constitutional review. And I will also ask officers and the relevant Cabinet member, Councillor Becker, to have conversations with forum members and also ensure that forums are asked for their views in terms of how they should develop as part of that constitutional review. No, we have a lot to get through. We're literally, in terms of the North Whiteley Development Forum, we are also doing that. Councillor Kern does not live in North Whiteley. Bishop Swartham. Okay, we're not having a debate on this issue now. I've told you what we're doing about it. We are acting within the terms of reference and the constitution that's been agreed by this council, and we will. I am more than happy for us to have another look at how that works constitutionally and how those forums function within the context of our constitution and in the context of our joint arrangements with neighbouring authorities. Cabinet, we have a set of recommended changes in front of us. For the Members Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Forum, Councillor Brooke to replace Councillor Cook. For the Sport and Leisure Park Advisory Board, Councillor Kern to replace Councillor Cook. North Whiteley Development Forum, Councillor Kern to replace Councillor McLean. West of Waterlooville Forum, Councillor Atwell to replace Councillor Clear, and Councillor Cutler to be appointed chairperson, and presumably Councillor Weston to remain, who is a Central Meon Valley councillor, to remain a deputy for that committee, which is a decision that was taken at the beginning of the year. And on Cabinet Committee Housing, Councillor Kern to replace Councillor Scott, and Councillor Cutler to replace Councillor Clear as non-voting invited councillors. I would stress that this recommendation only lasts till the end of this municipal year, so only for a couple more months. We will have a chance to revisit that, and the members, the respective political groups, will have an opportunity to apply the principles that Councillor Reid may be talking about at that point then, in terms of their appointment. But Cabinet, are we agreed? Thank you. On item 3, disclosure of interests, just to remind you that we have an obligation to declare disclosable pecuniary interest, personal and or prejudicial interest in accordance with the Code of Conduct. I need to declare an interest as a county councillor, since there are highways issues related in the discussion of item 8. Though it is a personal and not a prejudicial interest. Are there any other interests that need to be declared? I will ask Councillor Porter when she arrives. On item 4, are there any? I wish to note the request from Councillor Horrell, who I believe wishes to make a deputation on item 8, and I will take your deputation at that time. Item 5, public participation. I believe Mr. Tate is here. Presumably you wish to speak on item 8, but I understand that for reasons of time you wish to make your deputation now. Is that correct? The presentation will take about half an hour, so it is quite well. I don't think the deputations come after the presentation. Fine. Well, I'll take you later. In terms of minutes of the previous meeting, held on the 9th of February. Cabinet, are you happy to accept those minutes as an accurate record of the meeting? Thank you. Item 7, leader and cabinet member announcements. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Leader. A couple of weeks ago, we held our first and it was held at the Leisure Centre, and I'm delighted to report that it was a huge success. We had over 30 employers taking part from both local organisations such as our universities, local schools and Marwell, to national companies such as the Nationwide Building Society, the NHS and Warburton's. It was incredibly busy with queues to get in and a packed sports hall full of prospective job seekers. Speaking to a number of the employers during the event, it was very clear that they welcomed the event and found it an invaluable opportunity to be able to speak to job seekers. Likewise, those seeking jobs themselves also found it useful to find out what vacancies were available across the different sectors, and in particular having the ability to engage and ask questions to the organisations directly. We will, of course, be in touch with those companies that took part to gain their feedback, but certainly everyone I spoke to said they felt it was an incredibly useful event and asked that we run another one. I know that our officers spent a lot of time putting together the event, and I would like to thank them and the Jobs Centre for all their work in doing that. It was clearly a great success and something that we will certainly do again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Leader. Two bits of good news. Firstly, our accounts have been signed off by the auditors. We are the first authority in Hampshire to have them signed off, and I think our congratulations must go to the finance team on that. And secondly, we have received over £1 million of government funding for support with fuel bills. The team anticipate no difficulty in getting that out to the proper recipients, and that is over £1 million into the local economy. So we're very pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. I'm very pleased to announce that the Winchester City Councillor's exemplar project to build 6 passive house homes at Southbrook Cottages in Mitchell Dever is now underway. This is part of the Council's commitment to build 1,000 new homes between 2021 and 2031. It was an action item on the Carbon Neutrality Action Plan, and it's also part of Winchester City Council's objective to go greener faster. As I've already said, this is an exemplar scheme where the homes will be built to the highest environmental standards. They'll be zero carbon and they'll be extremely energy efficient, which is very important for those residents who will eventually move into those homes, because it will enable them to have much reduced energy bills, which at this time of very high energy prices is going to be incredibly important. We'll be monitoring this build process, and we'll also be looking forward to understanding how these homes work for our tenants, our residents, once they move into them. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Becker.
Thank you. This is a bit of a plug, really. Winchester City Council is supporting a funding fair on Friday, the 17th of March, which is aiming to support voluntary organisations and charities to meet with fundraising experts to provide some training, hear from local supporters, hear from funders how best to use your resources to gain funding. There will be lunch included as well. Registration is on Eventbrite. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Becker. Councillor Lerney.
Thank you, Leader. I'm sure my fellow Cabinet members will have been pleased to see the new covered bike parking stands in Middlebrook Street and Colebrook Street car parks. These include stands for cargo bikes, which is something we've been missing in the town. Additional stands are also going to be going in elsewhere in the town centre as part of a programme which will extend across the districts. Discussions are currently ongoing with the market towns about appropriate spots for additional stands, and we look forward to seeing a considerable number more bikes on our streets.
Thank you, Councillor Lerney. I think Councillor Gordon-Smith and I don't have any announcements, but we do have something. We will have something in a week's time, I believe.
Yes, indeed. I do hope so.
Good. We definitely do. It's very exciting. Anyway, that's all announcements. We now move on to the main business of the day, which is Central Winchester regeneration. A very important day for us here today. The question in front of Cabinet is whether we are ready to enter the next stage of the Council's journey to redevelop Central Winchester. We all live in a really special city, a unique streetscape, great and diverse architecture, but a section of the city, the Central Winchester regeneration area, that doesn't really work. Tired buildings, bleak public realm, poor connectivity. It's a huge opportunity. The Central Winchester project is our chance to transform this area, bringing homes for local families, jobs for local people, while sensitively reflecting its setting and our city's heritage, and giving the opportunity to develop our city, adapting to the challenges faced by our next generation and responding to the challenge of climate change. The council has assembled the land, agreed an SPD, set development principles, and a year ago approved the procurement process to find a development partner. During the last year, potential bidders have shown us their work, talked to local stakeholders in the reference group, and received detailed input on their ideas through the dialogue process. The report in front of us today details the outcome of that process. The question of whether we find a development partner that shares the council's vision and values to deliver a vibrant, creative, mixed-use quarter in the heart of the city in order to support the long-term economic and social future of Winchester and the wider district. We've a lot to get through. It's important that we go through each section, consider them carefully, and also reflect on the very useful input we've received from the Scrutiny Committee, and I know most of you attended that. My intention is that we will go through the papers sequentially, although I will be giving more attention to those areas that link directly to the recommendations and have associated appendices. We will then check any scrutiny points that have not been addressed during the course of the discussion. As mentioned earlier, some parts of the paper are exempt for reasons of commercial confidentiality or because they could identify the bidder. That will mean that we go into private session to consider them. When we come out of exempt session, I will summarise the points made before going into the final debate on whether we should approve the paper and the recommendations. We'll then go through each of the recommendations and make our decision. Ultimately, the redevelopment of central Winchester lives or dies on the quality of partner that we choose today. Someone who understands what we're trying to achieve, someone who will work with us and the people of Winchester, and someone who has the ability to actually get it done. It's vital that we get this right, and our considerations today are part of achieving that. At this point, I'd like to hand over to Verian Lyons, who has worked so incredibly hard to get us to this point, to take us through the decision we're about to take in more detail.
Thank you, Leader, and good morning. So what I wanted to do today is remind everybody of the journey that we've been through, as well as recapping and taking a look at what's in the Cabinet paper. So it is quite a long presentation, but I do hope you will find it useful. So on the agenda today, again, a reminder of why we're doing Central Winchester, the journey and key milestones, looking at the procurement process and how the bids were scored, looking at what came through from the quality, because as we'll come on to, it's all about the quality here on the Central Winchester scheme, and also looking through some of the key points around the development agreement, which structures how the partnership will work. So up front and centre, right from the word go, has been the vision set out in the Central Winchester Supplementary Planning Document, which was subject to 18 months of public engagement from 2016 onwards, and was adopted in June 2018, outlining exactly what the vision is for Central Winchester, as well as incorporating 9 objectives, which I won't go into here and now, but I'm sure everyone is familiar with what those objectives are. But mixed use, pedestrian friendly, vibrant retail and cultural heritage offer, set in an exceptional public realm, and with the imaginative reuse of existing buildings. And that has been at the forefront of everything that we've been doing over the past few years. In addition to that, we've had some work done with our strategic advisors that looks at the opportunities that there is in Winchester, building on what the SPD set out. How can we best provide for the city and the wider district? And it became evident that there is a gap that we could start to look to fill with Central Winchester. We lose a lot of our young people, a lot of our young talent. We've got a lot of university students, but then due to the fact that there's very few opportunities for them, both to live, work and play in the heart of the city once they leave university, we lose them all to surrounding towns, not necessarily to London and the big lights, but locally within the region. The other opportunity which was highlighted was that actually we get a lot of day trips, and what we wanted to try and do in order to boost our economy is to boost that overnight tourism, get those people that come in during the day to stay overnight and spend more of their time and money in the city and the district. So it became evident quite quickly that the main driver for delivering Central Winchester. Of course, we are very aware of the financial elements to this, but actually it's that wider and social economic benefit which regeneration could bring if developed in line with the supplementary planning document objectives and vision. We had a look last year, at the end of last year, when we did the outline business case, at just what those benefits could be based on the then development proposals, which we have gone on to develop. And looking at this slide, I won't go through them all individually, but there are two sets of benefits. You've got the quantitative benefits, which are actual benefits that we can quantify through increase in footfall, an increase in council tax and business rates, increase in spend. So there's quantitative benefits there that you can see on that list. But on top of that, there are the qualitative benefits, which again are equally as important: the well-being of workers and residents, the sustainable transport benefits, and all those things that are slightly more difficult to put a value on. So there's a whole realm of benefits which delivery of the Central Winchester regeneration area in line with the SPD can be realised. We've mentioned the journey, and you can see here on the left-hand side the supplementary planning document adopted in June of 2018, 18 months or so of public engagement, not just here in the city, but district-wide. We had workshops and roadshows and really listened to people about what they wanted for the Central Winchester district and the Central Winchester scheme itself. The document went through a consultation and is now a material consideration as part of the planning policy. Following that period, you can see from July 19 to September 2020, we did a series of engagements and workshops whereby we explored the ranges that the supplementary planning document set out with regards to the mix of uses. And we tested those from a heavily commercial scheme through to a heavily residential scheme, through to a what we called it Destination Max, which was maximum as we could get in for the cultural elements. And we asked people which of those particular scenarios they would really like to see in the final proposals. And from those, we developed and came up with the Central Winchester regeneration proposals, which you can see here. So you will probably remember the blobs. I'm sure this will hopefully bring back some sort of memories of the consultation that we did. We did a consultation in COVID, actually. It was a virtual digital consultation towards the end of 2021. And that was adopted, the end of 2020, so that it could be adopted in March 2021. And this was the mix of uses that people really wanted to see based on those three scenarios. From then, we went on in July 2021 to build the strategic outline case. What is it that we are going to be doing Central Winchester? Really, what is the case for change? We looked at the first part of what is called the government HM Treasury Green Book business case process. It's made up of 5 different cases within the strategic outline case. So there's the strategic case, the economic case, the commercial case, the finance case and the management case. And each of those areas are investigated right the way through the process to make sure that there is still a valid and viable reason for delivering a project. So the first element of that, building the full business case, came to Cabinet in July. And you can see here that it established on top of the SPD objectives, investment objectives that we would want the Central Winchester scheme to deliver. The live, work and play, the student and young person experience, overnight tourism and sustainable development. So you can see there, I won't read them all out, but that's what on top of the SPD objectives we were looking for from the Central Winchester scheme. Also, and this is really small, but we have seen this before, and these slides will be put up on the web after this particular meeting, but the strategic outline case not only looked at the case for change, but explored the delivery options that we would be looking at for delivering Central Winchester, taking into account the the whole elements, the whole talk about control, risk, what's best for delivering the sort of scheme that we want for Central Winchester. So right on the far left of that, you can see there's an option that the council could have just disposed of the land and taken a large capital receipt for that. Or the other extreme on the right hand side, Winchester City Council could have developed it themselves, ourselves. And there's a range of options in between. And you probably may not be able to see this, but the scores for each option, looking at all the various different elements that we were looking at, showed that the best option for delivery of the Central Winchester scheme, in line with those development proposals based on the SPD, is that we find a development partner across the site to deliver Central Winchester via a development agreement, and that scored 27 out of, which was the leading score. Hence, from then on, the decision was to look at how best we deliver that. We find a development partner to help us deliver Central Winchester. We then went on to look at the next stage of the overarching business case process, and that is the outline business case. You'll remember that that came to Cabinet in December last year, and at Cabinet in December last year, the outline business case was approved. It revisited a lot of the case for change. We did an awful lot of work looking at trying to quantify those benefits that I spoke of earlier on. What sort of benefits could we look at and expect? Again, you may remember that it was the benefits cost ratio. You'll find that in the business case, the outline business case, and we will be doing another full benefits cost ratio before we sign off and approve the full business case, which comes later on in the process. The outline business case outlines the procurement strategy, how we would go around finding that development partner, and also, really importantly, the commercial principles which would outline how we work with that development partner, setting out basically the terms and conditions, heads of terms for what we would expect. So all of those documents and the approach was approved at Cabinet in December 2022, and then was referred on to full council in January, sorry, we've got the dates wrong there, of 2022. Sorry, it was Cabinet 2021. Full council in 2022. There was a review of all those documents, and full council gave approval for the initiation and the conduction of that procurement process as set out and agreed at Cabinet. So all of these processes, all of this approach, all of these key principles have already been agreed through the Cabinet and the democratic process. So the procurement process. A reminder of what that involved. Again, everything came through Cabinet and was approved for commencement at full council. So it's a competitive dialogue process that we've been through. Stage one of that was called the selection questionnaires, and that really is a backwards looking element of the process, where people who are interested, bidders, developers, whoever was interested, we would then seek them to submit their expressions of interest, which asks them to explain what they've done before, what their financial standing is, how they have developed in the past. And we spent a lot of time with those developers ahead of this process to warm the market up, to enable the market to be aware that the opportunity was coming to Winchester. We had a bidder day. Once the procurement process had started, all of those bidders and developers that were interested came along. We had a morning at the Nutshell, walked them around the site. And that first part of the process, 6 weeks was the deadline, and we had 13 expressions of interest. Really interesting. It was a really good result. We were very pleased with that because the expressions of interest came from across a range of different developers, national, local and regional, a mix of residential, commercial, and interestingly, bidders made connections at that day, and it was a really useful experience for all. So of those 13 bids that we had submitted, in line with the documents that had been approved, the initial selection questionnaires were evaluated. We'll come on to who was part of that process in a minute. And from that evaluation, 3 shortlisted bidders were identified. In May of 2022, those 3 shortlisted bidders were invited to the next stage of the process, invitation to participate in dialogue, so the ITPD stage. And that stage really comprised of dialogue sessions with those bidders, confidential dialogue sessions, exploring their proposals, exploring their ideas, exploring their approach, because really importantly, the idea behind this procurement is not to find a scheme, it is to find a partner who will work with us to get the right scheme and the right development for Central Winchester. So really importantly, from May to November, we spent a lot of time with those 3 shortlisted bidders, listening to them, talking to them, understanding where they came from. And crucially, as it's a partnership, vice versa, they also listened to us to understand where we were coming from and what our objectives were. So it really is a partnership that we're looking for at the end of this process. In addition to the formal dialogue sessions, and there were 4 of those with each bidder, we also did site visits. So members of Cabinet and members of the Central Winchester Reference Group went to various different sites from those 3 shortlisted bidders to actually see what they had delivered before, look at the quality, look at how it's wearing over the years, because it's really important that the scheme not only looks good on day 1, but also in year 15, 20 and onwards. So those site visits were conducted for information purposes for, as I say, members of the reference group and Cabinet, and I think were really valuable. They were unaccompanied, so members were not accompanied by the bidders. We also asked the bidders to come in and do presentations to both, again, Cabinet members and also to our Central Winchester reference group. So each bidder came in and presented, and again, I think for information only, it was a really useful session to get a wider group of people to understand the approach that all 3 bidders would take. Final tenders came in December, and in January of this year, we have evaluated and moderated those final scores, those final tenders. So we are now in a position to identify who the recommended development partner is. So with regards to who is involved in the process, as I say, it's the formal process has been an officer-led process. The dialogue and the evaluation, both stages of the evaluation, were carried out by key officers. Those included the director, strategic director, myself, corporate heads, the project manager, procurement lead. So it has definitely been 3 officers evaluating, myself, John East and Jeff Coe, and the whole range of the council's teams behind those. We also have our council advisors, really importantly, to offer us the advice to make sure that we are thoroughly informed as we make those evaluations. JLL through the property market and sustainability elements. Brown Jacobson are our legal advisors. We have 3110 who are here throughout for financial. We've also got a couple of individual specialists, Claire Benny, who is able to advise on design and quality, and Patrick Ottaway, who is an archaeology specialist who lots of you will know sits on our archaeology panel. The site visits, again, I've touched on those. Cabinet members and the CWR reference group were involved in going around and looking at the site visits and also coming in for those presentations. So the scores, to remind you of the scores, they were very much carried out in line with the procurement documents that were approved at Cabinet, and commencement was approved at full council. The procurement process, as you've seen, has been conducted throughout March 22 to December 22. The key officers evaluated with the support of other officers throughout the council and our advisors, and the scores are the outcome of that evaluation process. It's a technical exercise. All of those bids were evaluated against the evaluation criteria. Those evaluation criteria, again, this is taken from the procurement documents, really sets out what we were looking for. And you can see straight away there that 70% of the mark was against the quality and 30% of the available mark was against the commercial elements. And the commercial elements is not just finance, it's about their market understanding and also their approach to working with us within the development agreement and the legal boundaries. So you can see there that the majority of the scores were based on the quality and the approach that the development partner would bring. So the scores, and I'm going to hand over to Jennifer Newsham and she'll talk you through the scores and sort of explain a little bit about how those have been arrived at. Jen.
Thank you very much, Varian. Firstly, just to say, throughout this process, there has been significant market interest and competitive tension. The 13 selection questionnaire responses received were from a range of different types of organisation, whether that's local developers, national, regional and international in some instances. We've also seen consortiums come together through the bidding process to enable different pockets of expertise to form an organisation that enables the comprehensive delivery of the Central Winchester development objectives. That said, so the 3 bidders that were invited to participate in dialogue, the shortlisted bidders, which you can see on the screen here, fully engaged throughout the dialogue process. There was a really good level of commitment to every step of that process from all 3 bidders. And we saw some very high quality conversations and ultimately final tenders coming through. So just to walk through the breakdown of the scoring in a bit more detail. So you can see on the screen 70% of the score was rated towards the quality section. Just to step back again for a minute, I just wanted to highlight the scoring methodology that was set out, which will just help explain how this was ultimately evaluated. So a score of 6, which is defined as a good, is a response that fully meets the minimum requirements as set out within the question and with no reservations, which reflect risk to the overall delivery of the investment objectives. So that score of 6 is a very, very good score. And for the majority of questions across all 3 shortlisted bidders, they received a 6 or above. So when we start to look at the recommended development partner in particular, what we're looking at is scores of 8s and 10s, which which represent significant added value above and beyond the minimum requirements of each question being met. So a score of 62 out of a possible 70% represents they're reaching the absolute upper levels across all of the quality related elements. And equally, bidder I and bidder L were also able to demonstrate very strong submissions in relation to their quality bids. In relation to commercial, again, we've got 2 particularly strong bidders there in relation to commercial. That's the recommended development partner and also bidder L. The commercial questions was split across 3 key areas. So that was market understanding, financial, and then also legal. The market understanding question used the same scoring methodology matrix as the quality related questions, but there was actually a bespoke scoring matrix specifically for the financial and legal questions, which are now allowed it to specifically reflect the nature of the questions being asked on those 2 particular sections. So the recommended development partner scored very highly in relation to the approach to the market, understanding and legal, with bidder I scoring slightly more highly on question 5A, which related to the hypothetical case study to understand the potential viability position based on phase 1 of the development proposals. However, the council were very comfortable with the approach put forward to the financial question by the recommended development partner. It's absolutely demonstrated robust inputs and also absolute consistency with the approach set out in the quality section and the approach to the financials that was received as part of the commercial bid. Overall, the recommended development partner scored very highly across both the quality and the commercial sections of the bid, with a total score of 82.29% and clearly ahead of the other 2 bidders. I'll now hand back to Varian. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. So we'll look now at the quality evaluation. We're unable to share the final tender at this stage. It's a confidential document. We have to protect the bidders' confidential information that they've submitted to us. But what we do want to do today is to give you a flavour as best we can of the input that explains why the recommended development partner scored so highly on the quality section. Firstly, they have got a first-class, best-in-class design team, both within their own ranks and also with the advisors and consultants that they have got lined up to work with them. They also have a clear intention to bring in some local interest and local talent, which again is something that we would expect through the delivery of the Central Winchester site. So best-in-class team, and it clearly showed throughout the bid. They have got experience of delivery of comparable schemes and relevant regeneration projects, and absolutely commit to deliver a consistently high quality throughout the lifetime of the project. They will look at leading from the top. The people that we've met through dialogue are the people that we will be dealing with, consistently committing to ensuring the delivery plan and all the decision making, and particularly the communications and engagement that they undertake, is done with that core team. They don't outsource anything. They don't contract out anything. And as I said, the people that we've been talking to are the people that we will see on site. So we asked them, going back to the evaluation criteria that we shared at the beginning, the red document that showed the breakdown of the scores, we're breaking this down just into those key areas. And I think one of the key things that came across for us when they answered their approach to delivering the mixed use quarter was their capacity to fund, design, deliver and manage the whole of the development into the long term, which enabled them to take a very similar approach to the outcomes and the objectives that we as the council do. They're not in it for a quick win. They are going to be in it for the long haul. They can take a little bit more time to get the balance right. And that very much accords with the council's objective of those wider and social economic benefits. So it was really encouraging that they share that same approach. We also, interestingly, asked them from the development proposals, which 3 things would they look at optimizing, and they were really, really strong on understanding the special nature and the special qualities that Winchester has. And I'm going to use the Winchesterness word, like it or not. They really understand Winchesterness, and what they want to do is knit the development back into the fabric of Winchester, the wider fabric of Winchester. There's lots of open space in the development area, Central Winchester development area, with the big area where the bus station is, and they want to reinvent and bring back in the street pattern that reflects other areas of Winchester. Similarly, they really understand that we do not want a monolithic building. We want a granular building approach that again reflects the Winchesterness that other parts of the city show. And importantly, they want to look at the bus solution and Friarsgate and really make Friarsgate an approach that we can be proud of into the city from that site, very much with the greening element involved as well. So they're really keen to work on that and make it one of their priorities. So really interesting ideas there. And again, going on from their approach, the design team really has been picked to ensure that that happens, and it's an exemplary quality across the site. They will curate and manage right from the word go, and they really understand the fact that we don't want something dropped in. We want to knit the Central Winchester back into the heart of the city, and you can see the special qualities preserved and enhanced. Archaeology, really keen to get across their approach to archaeology. very much look at archaeology as an opportunity that can be embraced into the development where possible. Rather than considering it as something that just has to be overcome, they're really looking to explore what options there are around incorporating archaeology into the site. All of the bids, I will just say, all of the bids were reviewed by Patrick Ottaway, and again, he's totally comfortable with the approach that the preferred recommended development partner has put forward. We've also mentioned that they are a long-term investor. They want to be in it for the long term, and therefore they need to commit and want to commit that they will be delivering that high quality throughout for the lifetime of the project. With regards to estate management in the long term, they realise that we want the public realm to remain public, accessible for all, and therefore their approach will be to set up a dedicated organisation where everyone that has that is on site, both the council, residents, occupiers and wider stakeholders, will be able to have a say in how that public realm is managed. So with a real sense of ownership and a voice. Engagement, really, really key. They have got some really good ideas and are totally committed to beginning and starting that engagement with Winchester District residents, businesses, stakeholders, right from day one. We're not able at this stage, unfortunately, to reveal who they are, but when we are able to do that, once the official standstill period has elapsed, then they will be coming along with dates already in mind for when that engagement will happen. So again, really encouraging. They've got a tried and tested process where co-creation is something that they absolutely believe in and will be part of the process from day one. Their ethos really is to build and help communities thrive. Sustainability, again, it's not just a nice to have anymore, it is an absolute must have for everyone going forward. And I'm going to bring Jennifer back in now to talk a little bit about their approach to sustainability.
Thank you very much, Varian. Sustainability was clearly at the heart of this, of the recommended development partners approach. It was very clear through dialogue discussions with this bidder that it's absolutely part of their core values and DNA, and that really came through in terms of the final tender submission. It's incredibly important to them. They very clearly demonstrated an understanding of the council's ambitions and policies in relation to sustainability. But what they would look to do is to work with the council to seek to evolve these further. They're very clear that policy can often be a snapshot in time, whereas actually sustainability moves on constantly, and we need to ensure that this development is absolutely best in class at that point of delivery and moving forward. So they're very committed to ensuring that that's the case, and this can be a scheme that Winchester, from the council's perspective, and the local residents can be very proud of. Net zero carbon is very much part and central to the sustainability approach, and which will be focused on both through the construction process and also end use. Circular economy, so this is an economic system based on the reuse and regeneration of materials or products, especially as a means of continuing production in a sustainable or more environmentally friendly way. This is also very much embedded in the recommended development partners approach. They intend to embed this right from the start. So, for example, by ensuring that buildings are designed in a way that will allow for flexibility in future use, and also look at the focus on naturally occurring materials and minimise virgin materials in the construction process where possible. Biodiversity net gain came out very strongly. Part of the strategy to achieve that on the site will include opening up the waterways and the enhancement of local ecology. The recommended development partner was very clear in terms of their aspirations in relation to achieving accreditations. So look at BREEAM, excellent and outstanding, but also other accreditations such as WELL standards, LETI and Passive House, depending on the type of use and building which has been designed in each instance. So I'll pass back to Varian now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. One of the key things that we asked all of the shortlisted bidders to focus on is meanwhile uses. We're aware that we don't have a scheme that the recommended development partner has come to us with. It's going to take us a while to get to that scheme, to work with the local communities, to go through planning, etc. So really importantly, how does the recommended development partner aim to bring that early activity to the site through meanwhile uses? And the approach that the recommended development partner has taken is that actually the meanwhile uses are a vital tool in that ongoing engagement. So engagement starts at day one, meanwhile uses start at day one. They will look to build on what's already happening at King's Walk, looking at reusing some of the existing buildings for short-term uses, programming events to promote activation. So they want to get in and get onto the ground straight away. And that does then go towards contributing and working with local people as they're part of their engagement programme. So we've talked a little bit about the fact that it's going to take a little while before we have a scheme that is ready to be submitted for planning. And one of the criteria that we were asking developers and potential partners to share with us is their approach to planning. Now, Central Winchester Regeneration Area sits in a conservation area, and therefore we need to be particularly careful and cognizant of the policy surrounding conservation areas. So the idea behind the planning strategy for Central Winchester is that there will be a hybrid planning application. Now, what that means is we will be expecting an outline, maybe slightly more information than you would expect for a normal outline planning application across the whole of the site, but with a detailed planning application for the phase one. Now, we're not sure what the phases are yet. We do know that it will be a phased development. So it's really important to understand how that phase one would sit across the site, and therefore the hybrid planning application will help us to picture that from the beginning. It won't give the detail of all the phases, but it will give that detailed phase one with an outline of how that all comes together. And then subsequent phases, you will then take that through planning for reserved matters, etc., for the detail to be settled. So that's how the planning strategy will be approached. The supplementary planning document, as we've said before, remains at the heart of that approach. It is a material consideration in the planning process, so very much will be referred to right the way through for guidance. The recommended development partner will commit and has committed to working with stakeholders, communities, right the way through the process, and what they want to achieve. And what they've achieved before is you've said, we've done. So they really do listen to what local people want through that process. Importantly, apart from the developer and recommended development partners pledge and approach to the planning strategy from a landowner stroke developer side, there is also going to be a robust archaeology approach through the planning process as well. So archaeology, very important. And a part of this approach that they want to use is setting up a steering group, using design review panels along the way, and really importantly, establishing urban design principles. So again, the whole thing will start to knit together, and we will be part of that process going through. So really interesting stuff on quality. We've looked at how we've got to the bidders, but how do we make sure that we actually do get all those lovely things that we are expecting to get? We've touched on this before. The development agreement approach is the agreement that sets out how we as a council will work with that recommended development partner. Again, not just at the beginning, but right the way through the process. The development agreement it was established through those key commercial principles which were approved at Cabinet in 2021. All of those things that we approved, that we said that we would want to work, how we would want to work, were set out, and that is very much what the development agreement reflects. The majority of those remain untouched and unamended. There are certain elements of those key commercial principles which have evolved through those dialogue sessions. Really importantly, governance has been agreed and identified, and that has been through a Cabinet Committee regeneration. So the governance arrangements have already been agreed and sort of entered into the drafting of the development agreement. These other key areas there, exit and termination, income generation, because throughout the process, we've talked a lot about needing the wider and social and economic benefits. So we acknowledge that capital receipt is not necessarily the prime driver for Central Winchester, but we do need to look at our income as a council, income retention. So that's become really quite important through the dialogue process, and important, in fact, so that it has been added to the development brief as one of the objectives. So it's become high up the agenda to accompany the fact that we want those wider social and economic benefits, and we're not just focusing on the maximum capital receipt. The long stop dates have been agreed. Now, the long stop dates really are the sort of the long timeline for sort of when things have had to have happened by. So those have all been agreed. And through the next few months, once subject to Cabinet approval, we will be then agreeing the sort of the relevant and the target dates. So long stop dates are the sort of things have to have happened by this point. The target dates we will expect to agree in the coming weeks and months. Key to that, you can see here at the very bottom, development delivery plan. So the development delivery plan basically plots out how the recommended development partner will deliver the site. The information in that development plan is taken from their final submission. So elements that are covered, the objectives and the outcomes, you can see I won't read through them all, but all of these different areas, the design approach, engagement strategy, the management strategy, all of those are contained within the final submission. What we will be doing is working with the development partner, subject to Cabinet approval, to bring those out and put them into a delivery plan, which plots out exactly what will be happening when and how we will be looking to deliver the scheme. And that is the first really key milestone, the first long stop date. That has to be done within the first 6 months. So already we're putting timings on these things so that we make sure that the development cracks on quickly. Importantly, I've touched on this before, we've got the development agreement. It sets out how we will be working, but really importantly, we've also agreed what the governance structure is. How do we as a council make sure that that development agreement is carried out? So I touched on this briefly. A paper was taken to the Cabinet Committee regeneration, I think it was back in February, and that sets out how the governance structure is going to work. There'll be a project team, a project board. They're mixed. They're from both council attendees and also development partner attendees. So it really is a mixed team. There'll be regular reviews, and it will be expected that the development partner will come every quarter to present and engage with our regeneration committee, the Cabinet Committee regeneration. So right the way through the process, we are working alongside the development partner. In addition to that, we are retaining the already established engagement groups. So we will be retaining the reference group. We will also be continuing to hold open forum, and we will also be continuing to consult and work with the Archaeology Advisory Panel. So all of those things are going to carry on in addition to the formal governance structure to ensure that we do monitor and ensure that progress happens. So what's next? Well, today you can see we are here at Cabinet, seeking Cabinet approval to enter into this development agreement and appoint the recommended development partner. I said, unfortunately, today we can't reveal who that is, because once the decision has been made, there is a statutory 10-day standstill period, which enables bidders to come back to us as officers to question and interrogate the scores and their feedback. Once that period has elapsed, we will be looking to make the development partner announcement. And at that stage, what we will be expecting is there will be a period of engagement where the development partner will be introduced to various different groups in various different formats. And as I said earlier, they will be coming with dates and an engagement strategy so that we can plot and plan as to when the first chance and the first meetings of these various different engagement approach will happen. So very quickly, they want to get in on the ground. One of the first things we will do is finalise the development agreement, set up those governance arrangements, set up the comms and engagement strategy, confirm that delivery plan. As I said, we'll take all of that information from the submission and turn it into that delivery plan. And importantly, they want to hit the ground running with both the transport stakeholders and other key stakeholders across the site and across Winchester. So we're going to touch quickly on milestones. I know I've gone on for a little bit, but I will just touch on what's coming next. So agreement of the delivery plan is the first milestone. Within 6 months, we need to have agreed that. There's then constant review right the way through the process and how the scheme develops, looking at the financial modelling and seeking approval from the council once we get a scheme that financial model works. We then go to the full business case and seeking approval to submit for planning, and then we enter the planning process. And as I say, that will be the hybrid approach with that detailed phase 1. And then what happens is for phase 1, there's a set of primary conditions within the development agreement. What has to happen before we then approve the fact that the developer has met all of those conditions, and we will then grant the building lease for them on that phase of the site. So we don't hand all of the site over, we don't give it to them from day one. All of those things that they've said they will do as part of the development agreement have to be satisfied before we grant them a building lease. So the developer will then be able to come on site, build out phase 1, and only once that phase is complete will they get the grant of the long lease. And during that time, again, all of the phases, the subsequent phases, it's the same process. There's that financial review, all of the conditions have to be met, and only then do they get the building lease, followed by the grant of the long lease. Thank you, Leader. I will stop talking now.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lyons. That was a very helpful, very comprehensive overview, which will definitely be extremely helpful as we move into detailed discussions and questioning the different sections of the paper. The next, before we move into that, the next thing that on the agenda is public participation. So, Mr. Tate, would you like to come forward and make your deputation?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address this committee. To say this is déjà vu is an understatement. I've had enough time to look back through previous council minutes, and I noticed that back in September 2010 at full council, I was challenging what was happening at that stage. So I'm afraid this is nothing new for me. I spoke at the last Regeneration Cabinet Committee, and the gist of what I said then is what is a real date to see something done here. I've read through the published documents for today's meeting. Perhaps I can't see the wood for the trees. I cannot see anything in there which says when we're going to see something built on the site. People who ask me, and I'm constantly challenged by residents of Winchester, and more importantly, perhaps, or as importantly, businesses who say to me, is anything going to happen? Do we plan for the future of Winchester for a regeneration of this area? They don't believe it, and I'm afraid nor do I. I've listened very attentively to today's presentation, but nothing in there is new to me. I've heard that repeatedly over. I got elected in 1999, and Silver Hill came ahead through Thornfields. So not a single word is new. Nothing about community engagement is new. God, what Winchester wants from you, and there's no criticism, Councillor Todd, of your leadership of the council, but the biggest thing you can say to the people of Winchester, don't define Winchester-ness. It's impossible. It cannot be done. What they want is some sense of a commitment from you as the leader of this council to say that we expect that within a timescale of maybe 3 years or 4 years, give people in Winchester a definite date with wriggle room around it, so they can then say we are 2023 now, I think, but by 2026 or 27 we may see something, and that's the biggest plea. It's really refreshing to have you as the leader of the council, and this is a big challenge for you, but pin yourself down to a date. People are very tolerant in Winchester, but they want to feel that something constructive is happening there. So it's not quite what I was going to say, but then I have had 45 minutes to listen to the presentation, and I appreciate there's an awful lot of useful information in there, but that's what people want. They want to know that something is actually going to happen. So pin yourself down to a date and give a commitment to honour that date. Thank you, Chair, and apologies for the rant.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. I will address your comments, but first we need to hear the deputation. But you will be able to watch it on the internet afterwards. I'm sure it will be trending before we know it. Councillor Horrell.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to address the meeting and for the thorough scrutiny review last week, which I hope the Cabinet have taken on board. And thank you and well done to officers for conducting the selecting of a development partner so professionally and thoroughly. A very good process. As you know, I am an advocate for the redevelopment of the central Winchester area, having amassed the land to allow us to actually undertake the scheme, for example, buying the bus station and the land back from the previous developer and terminating the previous relationship with the earlier development partner. The reality is that this process has cost us dearly so far. And I'm concerned today that we're not learning the lessons as we move into the next phase. The structure of the deal being proposed is not ensuring we acknowledge the risks, the excessive risk of the financial case. We have invested £25 million into land value on the site. And this paper is proposing to give the land away for 250 years to the developer to build out and manage as they wish, without at this time any guaranteed income to Winchester. Now, I'm reassured the relationship is positive with the proposed developer, but that is how you would expect it to be at this time. And believe me, there will be bumps along the road as we move forward and have seen previously. I know we have not progressed the deal yet, as there is no scheme in the public domain at this time, and financial considerations will come in due course. But the basis of the developer selection and the development agreement today are actually advocating a very particular approach. This was not the same for the other shortlisted developers who were rejected. So let's be honest and clear with residents about how the deal plan seems to progress. The objectives in the SPD, we know, would be expensive. Exceptional public realm is not cheap. But we did calculate in 2018, when we approved the SPD, that there would be a positive return to the council. We heard nothing at scrutiny last week that our £25 million is secure. If we're going to have a genuine discussion about how the deal could work best to meet all of our agreed principles and objectives, we need to be reassured that the structure is not going to stop that as it's currently proposed. and that the determination today of the development agreement is not going to restrain us when we want to perhaps vary as we understand the financials more clearly. The current income gained from buildings on the site of some £700,000 per annum has not been guaranteed, although we were reassured last week that the deal structure has now been amended to ensure the developer addresses this revenue loss to the council. But how will we ensure there is a place for the businesses, Pound London Iceland, for example, that are valued by many of our residents as we move forward? Where is all of this taken into account? So, Chair, significant concerns about the deal structure that you're proposing today in the development agreement and the finances and the risk to the council as we move forward. You sought to reassure us at scrutiny, but I'm afraid we don't have anything of any significance at this time, and the past experience would suggest to us we need to ensure that much of this is much clearer before we move forward. We know that the development agreement is the first step on a long road, and I am keen, like Mr. Tate, to ensure that we move forward as quickly as possible. We've been 4 years since the SPD, and so it is time clearly to advance. But Chair, I hope you take on board our genuine concern about the financial risk to the council and the way that this has been put today to you, to the Cabinet, and indeed as a council, we're accepting a model for finance that isn't proven to any of us at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. So, Cabinet, we have, well, I think first maybe we'll address the points that have been raised. Mr. Tate talked about the timetable for delivery. Could you just, for the benefit of the committee, recap when we will be agreeing a delivery plan and the timing that we expect the delivery of a planning application, which, as we know, is the absolute precursor to being able to build anything? We have chosen to have a model that involves further consultation rather than presenting the public with a fait accompli in this meeting. That's an inevitable consequence of having a consultative approach with the developer on the way forward, which is a very different model from what happened with the previous round and Silver Hill. Perhaps take us through that timetable or recap for us the timetable in a bit more detail.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, of course. So we've touched on through the presentation that within the first 6 months, there will be agreement and approval of the development partners' development delivery plan. So within that, there will be the full scope of what the development partner will be delivering with us. It will set out the dates, and I can give an estimation at the moment of what those long stop dates are. Now, I know the long stop dates are when things have to have happened by, so we do anticipate that these stages will happen a lot quicker. But within the first 6 months, there will be agreement and approval of the development delivery plan, and that will come. That's for us as a council to approve with the development partner. So the first milestone will be, as you say, Leader, the submission of the planning application. So once we have that development delivery plan agreed, there will be an enormous amount of work already happening, but we'll be working with the development partner to finalise the scheme. The long stop date for that is 24 months after the 6-month delivery plan. But in realistically, we expect that to come forward a lot quicker. So realistically, planning application 12 to 18 months, depending on the level of consultation and the level of engagement and feedback that we get. There is then the process that the planning application will need to go through the planning process. So the planning process, 3 months, 6 months. It very much depends again on the level of consultation and the level of backwards and forwardsing, because it's really important to note that although we will be working to develop a plan and we will need some planning input, what happens with regards to the developer team and the statutory regulatory body is totally separate. So there's the Chinese walls, totally separate. So the planning authority will take as much time as it needs to agree that planning application. Once the planning application is agreed, there is then a period set out in the development agreement, which sets out the conditions that will need to be met: infrastructure works, groundworks, all of the things that need to be done by the development partner, vacant possession, for example, of certain areas of the site, before they will be in a position to put a spade in the ground. And only at that point will they get a lease in order for them to do that. It's difficult at the moment to put timings on that, but that will come through as part of the development delivery plan. So 6 months for the delivery plan, another sort of 12 to 18 months after that for planning. The planning process will then take as long as it takes through the LPA process. And then we are looking into satisfaction of those conditions before there is a building lease granted. And only once that first phase is complete and we sign off the completion will there then be the grant of the long lease. Now, again, it's important to remember we're not handing over the freehold, we're handing over a long lease. So that will enable then the development partner to operate and manage that site. The recommended development partner will, of course, be engaging with the LPA throughout the process, but we have to remember that we do need to keep those two work streams separate.
Okay, so if I put that in terms of years, because I think that is something that's effectively being asked, and I suppose there is the point here that the reason we have a careful and deliberate process is we have a long history of going too fast, not getting enough buy-in, and then projects exploding, crashing and burning. And the reason why we have this careful and deliberate process is to ensure that we actually get something done. But we are talking about the development delivery plan being agreed in 2023 by the end of this year. We are talking by absolutely at the latest a planning application being submitted in 2025, but possibly based on the timing you talked about, could be as early as 2024. And then, of course, we're into the time that it inevitably takes before people start building things after the agreement for planning application. But in practice, the kind of physical works that we've talked about and other such things would start subsequent to the planning application approval. And again, if the part of the purpose, presumably, of the consultation and engagement is to ensure that we actually have something that doesn't end up in the other aspect of Winchesterness, which is being tied up in legal red tape and never actually happening. Thank you. The second area that may merit deeper conversation later in the paper, but it would be useful to have an initial response, and I don't know if that's going to come from Mr. Walford or Ms. Newsham or Ms. Lyons, is how are we managing the financial case, and how do we ensure a financial return in that is consistent, as has been talked about, with all the other things that we are asking for from the site, such as, for example, the expensive public realm that was laid out in the SPD.
Thank you, Leader. I think on that one, you're absolutely right. The finances are an area of expertise for Nick, Liz and Jen, maybe if you'd like to come in. But Nick, if there's something that you can sort of help out on that one to start with, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. But if I start off by just explaining the process in terms of how the land value calculations are actually made. Once the process starts, the preferred bidder and the council's team will be working very hard through the design process. So reviewing the emerging ideas and concepts balancing all the various ingredients in part of terms of the master plan and the planning application. So things like the public realm, when we get survey results from the archaeology, from the heritage, from the transport, all that will be balanced and reviewed. The advisors to the council will also be checking the viability on that, understanding, and in terms of viability, what I mean is the actual resulting land values that are coming out of the scheme. I explained in scrutiny that the land value is basically a calculation based on the residual land value process, which is an industry-wide recognised way of valuating land. And basically it's the revenues that you're trying to get or would get from a scheme minus all of the costs, so all of your professional fees, your build costs, and the resulting element left over is what you can afford to pay on the land. That's basically the dynamics. The challenge that we'll be providing is not just from the viability point of the scheme, i.e. does it generate a positive land value, but it will also be converting that into the affordability for the council. So working very hard with Liz Keys on that note and understanding what that means as we understand that balance as it drives forwards. I'm not sure who's best to answer the next pitch, maybe Steve, but we've worked very hard to factor that into the development agreement in terms of reflecting the design brief and the original objectives in the SPD to make sure that that's carried through. I think one point to note from this in terms of the resulting land values is that's obviously a reflection of the core ambitions and objectives and aspirations set out in the SPD. So if you are looking for this balanced approach and not just looking for a financial return, obviously those resulting land values will be reflective of that decision and that balance, as I've explained. Is that okay? Can I pass over to maybe Steve Wilson?
Thank you, Nick. So with regards to that, I think that's established the fact that the approach that we're taking based on the SPD aspirations is the fact that we're not going to get maximum land value. Jen, I don't know if there's somebody who could talk to you about the fact that the approach to income retention from the recommended development partner.
Thank you, Varian. So as part of the invitation to participate in dialogue, we asked bidders to put forward ideas around how they would seek to preserve the income position on the site for the council. So that enabled us to see the different approaches that the three shortlisted bidders arrived at. The recommended development partner's response was the strongest in this area, and that was due to a number of reasons. Firstly, because the recommended development partner is looking to be a long-term investor in the site, that enabled them to take a longer-term approach as to how they can seek to secure that income generation for the council. This is quite different to what we'd call a developer trader model, where actually a developer would come in, build the asset and then get their return through selling rather than holding as an income stream. So the way in which the recommended development partner is positioned from a business model perspective is very conducive to that successful alignment in relation to Winchester City Council being able to generate an income stream from the site. They had a number of innovative ideas around how income could potentially be generated, but they went specifically into quite a lot of detail around looking at phasing. So actually being able to work with the council in order to track when certain phases of development would come forward, looking at how that could impact the rent that you would get from the site and how they could support in relation to positioning and cushioning that income loss over the phases of development, and then seeking to improve that over time, which was above and beyond what other shortlisted bidders were able to offer the council. So it was a very strong response to that question, and we had confidence that the recommended development partner would be able to work successfully with the council to achieve a good outcome in relation to income. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Leader, just before we hand it back, it's really important that this working with us and the phasing is something that's really important. We're not automatically on day one going to lose all of that income. I think that's really important to state. We do get an income from the site. All of the bidders that we were talking to recognise that, but as Jennifer said, the recommended development partner was strongest in their approach to coming back to us to work with the phasing of how that income would come and go, you know, aiming to try and minimise the income that we would lose at any given time, by balancing that with potential new levels of income that would come in via the phasing approach.
Thank you very much indeed. So if I've understood correctly, there will be the trade-offs that we've talked about in terms of public realm, transport facilities and other such things, which will be discussed publicly through the regeneration board, are the things that will have an impact on the income that we get. Just for understanding, I mean, just finance person can help me. Is there cakeism here? I mean, presumably the £25 million worth of investment plus the other land holdings is what delivers the £700,000 worth of revenue at the moment. So you can't have the revenue and the capital receipt. I mean, presumably the capital delivers the revenue. So if it's one or the other, or a mixture of the two, but the idea that you could have both is that something that's possible? Could I get some clarity on that?
Thank you. You're absolutely right. It is really, really difficult to have both. And I think the point that you just made there is there could be a combination of the two. So when we did the financial modelling throughout the evaluation process, all of the bids came back with a capital return to some level or another. So there is the possibility to do a mix and match, but you can't have your 25 million back plus the 750. It's got to be a balance.
You can't get the £25 million cake back and eat and get ongoing revenue from the cake as well. And so I'm getting nods here. This is an important issue. Sorry, I have one last question, and then I think maybe if Cabinet have any questions on these two topics, it'd be very helpful. Ms. Keys, can I just understand what the role of the 151 officer is in protecting the council's financial interests on this project?
Certainly, yes. As once the development partner has been appointed, the next phase, as Varian has talked about, is to go through that design phase. And as part of that, there will be an iterative process. It'll be collaborative between the council and the development partner to work together to bring forward a viable scheme. And that scheme will need to be both commercially and financially viable for both partners. It will also need to be affordable for the council, and key to that affordability, as we've just heard, is around that income that we currently get from the site. We need to look at trying to replace as much of that income as possible, and that is what will make this development affordable for the council. So it will be my role as Section 151 officer, as it would be with any capital scheme, to ensure that it is affordable and financed for the council.
Thank you very much indeed. And I suppose, ironically, given that there was a reference made to Poundland and Iceland, given that there's nothing in the SPD that would provide any protection to Poundland and Iceland other than a vague commitment to provision of retail, and actually it wasn't in the original development objectives, it's the fact that we've put in this revenue requirement that probably provides that and the fact that we have this commitment to consultation that almost certainly provides the strongest protections for the ongoing provision of those or similar shops. I don't know if I've understood that correctly.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I think with regards to shops such as Iceland and Poundland, as I think we mentioned at scrutiny, there's no decisions made either way at the moment. And I think it's really important that we keep all of those options open, recognising that people of Winchester do need such provision. And I think with the recommended development partner, they have got quite a good grasp on what is going to be needed and how important. It's not just a development that will cater for the great and the good of Winchester. It has to cater for all. And not just Iceland and Pounded, it's our own tenants in King's Walk. How is it that we keep those engaged throughout the process? So you're right, it's something that income focus enables us to then think about that a little bit more.
I would also mention projects, which I think is the only business we haven't mentioned, but which is also an excellent business, which I can thoroughly recommend to people. Cabinet, do you have any questions on this? We will be going through each section of the paper in detail, but I think if there are questions you'd like to further clarify, Councillor Power, I think I saw first, and then Councillor Learning.
Thank you, Leader. That's very useful. I'm far more aspirational than Mrs. Keys on the replacement of the income. I'm also hoping we can replace the capital financing contribution of the purchases we've already made. Could we just put to bed this 25 million question? Because the land acquisition costs we have in the paper are 15 million, and we are continually hearing this 25 million. I would like that clarified, please.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, we refer to £15 million site assembly costs in the paper. That is assets that we bought specifically with site assembly for Central Winchester regeneration in mind. There are additional assets within the red line of the Central Winchester zone, but the reason we've not included those costs as part of that 15 million is because they were acquired by the council prior to specific site assembly for Central Winchester regeneration.
Councillor Learning.
Thank you. Reference was made to the viability calculations on the SPD. I mean, obviously the world has changed a lot since the SPD was published. I mean, we've had building costs rise 25% in the last year alone. But there were a number of assumptions that were made for those viability calculations, which I think you may remember, Leader, because you actually had the designs on the board. One of the things that's changed, and I believe this was supported by Councillor Horrell, was the desire to remove cars from the development. Can you remember how many car parks and car parking spaces there were in the designs done for those viability purposes?
I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 car parks around the different bits of the site, but we are actually, of course, doing a review of exempt papers, so it may be possible to publish that so that everybody's aware of quite how many car parks were part of the business plan. I think the viability calculation also included Middlebrook Street and the multi-storey car park next to the City of Winchester Trust offices that was meant to pay for the bus station as part of the viability calculation. But it's probably best not to go into the details of that. It may just be easier to make them public if that's possible. Mrs. Lyons, you look like you have some comments on that.
Yes, Leader, let's look into that. I think off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what they are right now, but let's look into that and see how much and what we can publish.
Quite how many car parks and private houses were needed in order to deliver that capital receipt. Councillor Ferguson.
So I think I've just heard from Mr. East, approximately 200 to 250 parking spaces.
That was within the middle of the Central Winchester, the area that we're talking about for development. So a big increase in car parking in the area in order to deliver that financial return. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. A suggestion was made and the questions that were raised that we were actually agreeing the development agreement today. I know from the recommendations that we are asked to note it as Cabinet and it's currently in draft. I believe today that we are being asked to agree the recommended bidder, to go ahead with the recommended bidder. I just wondered if you could explain, obviously we have in the papers the draft development agreement. I wondered if you could explain how the two things fit together. I know the next stage is to agree the development plan. So if you could just explain for the benefit of anyone listening, anyone here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Yes, of course. So today we're asking for approval to appoint the recommended development partner. And the development agreement we have in draft. And I think what we need approval for is to finalise that development agreement going forward. There's the majority of the development agreement is there. I think there are some schedules that need populating, and that can only be done when we know who our development partner is and we've got approval to enter into that and finalise. So appointing the development partner, it's finalising the development agreement, which means populating the schedules, agreeing sort of the initial delivery plan, and then we've got 6 months from entering into the development agreement to then finalising and approving the formal delivery plan, which we will then be holding the development partner accountable to. So we've got the initial information currently in the draft development agreement, which will in the submission, sorry, which we will take from their final submissions. That will go into the development agreement as we publish and populate the schedules. We then enter that development agreement with the initial delivery plan, and then we sit down and within 6 months we agree and finalise, and that confirms then all the dates and that everyone is comfortable with what goes into that delivery plan. So you're right, it's appointment of the development partner and finalising the development agreement.
Thank you. Have we had enough discussion about that particular aspect? I am wondering whether I need to rush over to get my big board of the viability design with all the car parking in it. But I think we'll now move on to, I think we will come back to some of these questions. We will interrogate the financial questions in more detail in exempt, where we're able to talk about the specific figures and what the implications are of those. But what I would like to do now is to start going through the main paper. Now, what I will do at times, for example, if you look at section 8 on the public sector equality duties, then also make reference to the associated appendix that brings that section to life in more detail. But it is important, given a decision of this importance, that we go through each section carefully. And so, colleagues, I hope you all have the Cabinet report in front of you. We will obviously come back to the recommendations towards the end of the meeting, but I'd like to now go through each section in turn. The first section, some of these aren't formally required to be noted and seen as part of the decision-making process and are fairly self-evident, so we may not spend too much time on them. The council plan outcome outlines how this priority, how this decision delivers against the 5 priorities of the council plan. In practice, I think these have all been reflected in the development principles. So I'm not sure, do people have any questions or questions on that section? Anything they want clarified? I think it's fairly self-evident. The financial implications section, in terms of the decision we're taking today, which is section 2, highlights the financial implications, the risk in both sides of making a decision to go ahead with the development agreement. It talks about what happens in certain forms of default by the council, particularly if a large amount of money has been spent, and vice versa. Talks about the fact that if we decide not to do something, we will either be leaving the area undeveloped or in practice need to incur significant cost to restart the process. I don't think anybody would want us to stop the process. And it highlights the extra revenue impact, which is already authorised, but is an implicit consequence of the decision to proceed today, of going ahead in terms of staffing and the associated some capital budget relating to overage to do with the demolition of the Friarsgate Medical Centre. So it's very much framed in terms of the council's current budgeting rather than the long-term contractual implications, which we will look at later in more detail. Does anybody have any questions on those? The next section is the legal and procurement implications. An important section given our history, and highlighting and confirming our legal powers as a council and our legal powers as a cabinet to make the decision that's in front of us today. There are two things that, and the fact that we're doing everything in accordance with the legal requirements. It highlights the fact that the consequence of this decision is the signing of the development agreement, which we will talk about in more detail later on. It highlights some of the exemptions in terms of commercial confidentiality for some sections of the DA and the implications of that, both for FOI and other such things. It also talks about the fact that although, and this is something that was in the Cabinet paper in December 2021, although the SPD did not expect us to be using compulsory purchase powers in order to deliver the overall SPD, it reserves the powers so that we can, for example, deal with somebody who refuses to part with a small strip of land integral to the development process, the so-called ransom strip. And our legal duty as Cabinet to decide whether the appointment today is prudent, having regard to our general fiduciary duties. Any questions or comments on this particular legal section? Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. I note in section 3.5, it uses the phrase best consideration. The council has a duty to get best consideration for the land. And I wondered if we could just have a little bit more detail about what that means for anybody who's listening to the recording or here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. The council has a duty to ensure that within the plans and within the confines, we do secure best value, best consideration. So we can't sell or dispose of a property or an interest if there are more appropriate and more valuable alternatives on the table. So what we've got here is the fact that we do have an obligation to ensure that we get best value within the scheme parameters that we have, and therefore at that time we will be doing the valuations, etc., to get land values. That's why we're doing all the work on the financials to ensure that we're not giving the land away or letting it go for a value that actually we should have been looking to achieve best value on.
Ms. Keys, are you the guardian of best value as far as the council is concerned? Can you confirm the finance team's role in this?
Yeah, absolutely. As set out in the financial section, clearly we have a responsibility, a fiduciary duty, and to act in the interest of the district's council taxpayers, and we're the custodians of the council's assets. So yeah, we will be reviewing all of that detail as it comes forward in the final business case to ensure that best value is achieved.
Thank you very much indeed. Section 4 is the workforce implications, and I think reassuringly highlights the fact that we will have a level of professional support in-house in order to ensure that the contract is properly managed and that our interests, we have the professional advice in-house, as well as reference to the specialist advice that we'll bring in order to ensure that we are able to deliver on our side of the relationship in terms of managing the development agreement and the development process ongoing. Section 5 relates to the property and asset situation. I don't know if this is the moment to talk about the 250-year long lease, which is something that was highlighted in the scrutiny committee. I think this is the first time that the letters have appeared. It does, of course, again highlight the fact that that the cakeist problem of you can't have a capital receipt and revenue at the same time to the same degree that we have currently. It's just one or the other, or a mixture of the two. So the 250-year long lease is something that was asked about at scrutiny. And I will be coming back to scrutiny questions or any that remain unanswered. How does that compare to other similar developments in other places? I suppose is the start point, and then any other perspective on what we're doing locally.
Thank you, Leader. I will ask Jennifer Newsham to come in on that one to give us the market perspective. It's not unusual. Jen, I don't know whether you just want to talk us through what the current sort of trends are for that.
Absolutely, happily. Thank you, Brian. It's very, very normal when if a landowner does not want to let go of the freehold position to grant a long leasehold to enable development to come forward. From a JLR perspective, this is absolutely within our remit of what we advise on. For other local authority-led regeneration projects, we're also looking at 250-year long leaseholds, and actually we're coming across many other instances where the lease length is in fact longer. That's primarily in London, where actually we've got a requirement based on the GLA funding criteria for all shared ownership homes to be sold with a 999-year lease. Therefore, we're seeing many instances in the capital where actually regeneration's coming forward based on a 999 year long leasehold to enable delivery. There's two critical reasons as to why a lease needs to be 250 years plus. And this comes down to fundability. So the funding market will look critically at the length of the lease to establish the level of security and risk attached to funding a particular project. Shorter leases will have less interest from the markets and make it harder for a developer to get competitive tension and competitive financing in relation to the delivery of a project. And secondly, I think this is particularly critical for Winchester. It comes down to homes for local people. So we want the site, and the council, wants the site to deliver new homes for local people. And those homes need to be delivered with a leasehold which is of sufficient length. Anything shorter will see that lease running down into an area where it would need to be extended within a homeowner's lifetime, and that is very costly for an individual, but also has significant implications for saleability of residential units and potential valuation impact for those homeowners. So 250 years is seen as absolutely appropriate in order to protect the funding position and to ensure delivery is able to come forward, but also to ensure that local people are able to enjoy their home and value creation from their home over the longer term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments or further questions on that particular point? I think it's a useful bit of perspective because it highlights how the lease length delivers an extra benefit for people who will be living in the centre, but actually also starts the discussion on this trade-off between the value we receive and the way we design what we're doing. So, what I'm hearing from you is, here's an example. Do we get extra value by giving a longer lease, or do we maybe get less value and have less good public realm or lower capital receipt? And these are the kind of choices that I believe that we will be facing in the future. What you described sounds like it will be better for future residents who live here, and practically is something that sounds sensible. If other people have for the long term, for the financial picture that we're signing up to. The next section is consultation and engagement, and this highlights the pre-procurement consultation and engagement, the work that was done to set up the SPD, the work that was done between the SPD and the move to setting up the outline business case and starting the procurement process. The new governance that we have with the Cabinet Committee for Regeneration, and an outline of what the development partner wants to be talking about from this point onwards, as well as the fact that the other current existing methods of consultation, such as the archaeology panel, the open forum, the reference group, will remain in place. So any questions about that? We will come back to this question later, but Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. And I very much welcome this consultation section, particularly 6.8. I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about what particularly distinguished the recommended bidder from the others. I know you have highlighted a few things, but obviously I don't know whether you'd be saying the same thing for others. And also we often use the term co-creation. We might know what that means, but it would be useful to clarify what does the recommended bidder actually mean by co-creation in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Yes, their response was particularly strong on engagement, and they've got a methodology that they will bring with them that is tried and tested and actually quite unique to their setup, which really looks at these three strands in a whole and in a round, so that the whole engagement strategy is knitted together to make sure that those difficult to reach people and the difficult to hear voices are heard. We know that the regular forms of sort of workshops and day-long gatherings and exhibitions work for some people, but for others it doesn't, and we need to work a bit harder to reach them. So their methodology brings together all of the different elements that they say here, and hence they're really the strength of importance they put on the meanwhile uses, because it gets people that are around and about and want to drop in and speak to them, rather than a formal setting like perhaps we tend to do and have done traditionally. It's a lot more on the ground. So they were really strong on that. And Jen, I don't know if I could bring you in on the point around the co-creation and what they mean by that. But I think it's all knitted together so that the whole thing comes.
Thank you. So in relation to co-creation, this is a word which is used to very much describe the process of designing the scheme, but with the voices of the community and stakeholders at the centre of that process. So it's not a situation which occurs behind closed doors and in isolation from those that will ultimately be the end users and the inhabitants of this space. It's all the forefront, the focus is all about listening and enabling those conversations through the process of co-design and co-creation. Thank you.
And I think that sits really well with our listening better approach. It's a similar thing from them. They want to listen, they want to talk to people, and they want to include their ideas and aspirations as the scheme develops.
And if I may, again, just for confirmation, this was markedly different to the other bidders, their approach.
The concept of the whole methodology is markedly different. Yes, there are elements of this that other bidders had. I'm not saying that each individual bidder had a completely separate approach, but there are elements of this. But this particular bidder, the recommended development partner, had a strong and cohesive approach to bringing all of those strands together, which came across quite clearly through the bid.
Thank you. Next section is environmental considerations, and there was a lot that was included in some depth in the oh, sorry, question on the consultation again.
I did. I don't know if you want to take it now, if we do it when we discuss the tender submission. Just wanted confirmation. We have heard, I think Councillor Horrell brought it up at scrutiny about making sure that this isn't just for young people, that we are hearing from the range of ages across the town. And here we talk about digital tools and we talk about young people and using social media. So I just wanted to confirm that there is old-fashioned type engagement as well for those who may not be so comfortable with using those sorts of tools.
Of course, Councillor Becker, yes. Within the tender submission, there are sort of examples of day-long workshops in the much more traditional, like we had the community planning weekend here when we did the SPD. There will be similar opportunities, but additionally, it will be sort of leaning towards the social media and digital platforms for the younger people. But no, absolutely, those more traditional methods will still be retained.
Thank you. And so part of it will also be understanding the age profile of different social medias, since we now live in a world where there are some that appear to be mainly used by grandparents, as far as I can tell. Environmental considerations. This was talked about at some length, or is included as one of the slides in the presentation. And I think it highlights here, it essentially covers our main policies that relate to this, as well as what we saw, and we will come on to this because the main bit is in Appendix B, which is a later part of the meeting. The public sector equality duty, and this is where, Cabinet, I'm also going to ask you to start looking at appendices. So this also covers the equality impact assessment, which is Appendix E. So this outlines how both the operation of the project, as well as the approach to affordable housing and inclusiveness in design and engagement is laid out. That is also partly attached in Appendix B, which we'll come to later, but I don't know if colleagues have any questions or comments either on Appendix E or on this section. Councillor Becker.
I just wondered if it would be helpful for the monitoring officer or Mr. MacArthur to explain what the PSED is and what we have to be taking into account when we take this decision.
Monitoring officer.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, the Equalities Impact Assessment, it's set out in the agenda pack. You can find it pages 201 to 213. And that's been written in line with the Council's policy objectives. It details impacts and controls that have been identified throughout the project and the project as it is foreseen, and it identifies what will be put in place. The development partner will be considering a number of those factors to ensure that they give due regard, and we have to make sure that that due regard is given to equality, diversity and inclusion throughout the delivery of the whole of this entire project and through the delivery site also. The Council and the development partner will work together to address these matters, and they will also be closely monitored throughout the whole of the entire project. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much indeed. Does that answer your question, Councillor Becker? Does anybody have any other comments in terms of the public sector equality duty and the equality impact assessment template? People feel that all dimensions are properly considered. I mean, obviously that is something that will presumably, our approach to equalities will remain a live question within the scope of the Council's governance ongoing. The next section is the data protection impact assessment. I don't think there's much to talk about there, other than saying I mean, presumably both in terms of public sector equality duty and the data protection, as a public body, we're bound by these, but presumably we will have an expectation that the partner, and actually anybody is bound by the data GDPR. Ms. Keys, how does our data protection responsibilities carry over into our partnership working with people? Sorry.
Peter, that's me. That's me again. Absolutely, we have a duty with regard to data protection in all the whole of the project process, but certainly within procurement processes also. And that duty is written into all of our agreements. It's part of the development agreement and part of the contractual agreement going forward. So yes, we have taken care of that, and we will be making sure that those provisions are followed. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The next section is a very important one, and there is a bit of clarity needed in terms of language and in terms of understanding the risks. The audit and governance meeting had some comments about how we talk about and manage risk. A meeting last week, so I wondered if it's possible to get sort of an update on how this section works, and then I will want to go through the risk register, which is available as Appendix F, but also in front of Cabinet members. Monitoring Officer.
Thank you. Leader, you're absolutely right. There was a question that came up at Audit and Governance Committee on Thursday evening, and that was an issue with regard to the language that we use when we are highlighting and looking at risks that are significant and sit in the red box shown in the risk register. I don't know if you think it might be the right opportunity to discuss that now. I have the risk register in front of us, and I'm prepared to talk us through that. But the outcome from audit and governance was that the officers involved, which will be our 151 officer, myself, and Amy, who deals with the performance monitoring of the risk register, we're going to do some work with Councillor Power later on today. And look at what wording we can use going forward, and wording that will go into our reports and our monitoring processes.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so I'm going to go through this quite carefully. I don't know if it's people have this in front of them. Those of you who it is available on the council's internet website, Appendix F, the risk register. Now, so with the proviso that what's just been talked about, the words under risk score and residual risk score are not the words that the council's used before today. All will be using long term. And my understanding of the 22-23 risk policy is that actually, if we were to write words, we would be writing the words red, amber and green, although in practice the document just makes reference to the colours. So what we have, Cabinet, is a table that lays out in front of us the name of the risk, what causes the risk, what the consequences are. It then highlights the likelihood that the risk might happen and the impact if it does happen, and then says what the risk score is. In red, amber or green. There's a colour coding system laid out in the risk policy. It then, oh, you want to say something? Sorry, let me just quickly finish working my way across. It then talks about the mitigation and the action that we can take to reduce that risk, then talks about what happens after those actions have been taken to residual likelihood and residual impact, and then talks about the residual risk score. And I think what we will notice as we go through is that actually the choice of the right development partner reduces the risk. However, Section 151 Officer, Ms. Keynes, you wish to add some perspective.
Thank you, Leader. I was just going to say, as you've already alluded to, that the words within those red, amber and green boxes shouldn't be there, that those words, that terminology refers to the risk appetite that the council has, and they shouldn't be in those boxes. So yeah, please look at those as red, amber and green, showing the impact and the potential likelihood of each of those risks.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we'll do that. And I suppose that also applies to paragraph 10.2, where it talks about the risk profile of the CWR project, where it actually should be referring to the risk appetite to reflect the fact that it is a fundamentally, any major redevelopment is a fundamentally risky project. However, we can talk about the mitigations, and I suppose the ones that need most attention are the three that on this table start off as red, and and then we need to discuss what happens to them as a result of this decision. I don't propose to go through every single risk that's listed, but I would like to talk about the ones that are red, because I think they're the ones that merit most attention. And they are also outlined in paragraph 10.4 of the report. So the risk is highlighted as the proposed scheme is not financially viable. The causes are market changes, unrealistic expectations for the scheme, political instability and policy change, and we have seen a little bit of that nationally recently. What are the consequences? Compromises and choices have to be met on the SPD aspirations unless external funding can be found. And what is the mitigation? Because this is the critical point. So undertaking high-level testing of viability, engaging specialist consultants where required. So we have done both of those. Ensure the recommended development partner has demonstrated realistic and considered approach to viability. Ensure the recommended development partner provides ambitious yet realistic proposals for addressing any financial gaps. Interrogate viability and explore funding options through production of the full business case. So can we take those mitigations and just get clarity as to whether we believe the choice of development partner enables that mitigation and that the other mitigations are part of our plan?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, the process that we've been through, we have had a very robust examination of finances and viability, etc., and their approach. So I think if I could ask Jennifer to come in, and then possibly if Nick can contribute, that will just help to explain the steps that we've taken so far, and moving on how that will then be carried on through.
Thank you very much, Varian. So through the procurement process, we've scrutinised and assessed a bidder's approach to achieving a viable site. And this was done through a number of places, both looking at the quality responses and their aspirations around the quality elements of the scheme, but also section 5A and B of the commercial, which we asked bidders to populate inputs into a development appraisal. So we were able to understand the approach taken to the robustness of these appraisal inputs. And so from the recommended development partners perspective, we were very comfortable with the approach taken to assessing the scheme viability being realistic and proportionate. Once assuming the Cabinet agreed to proceed today, once the development agreement is in place, there is significant wording within that agreement which sets out the process which has to be undertaken to assess the viability of the scheme and the mechanisms which have to be within any financial model to assess the resulting land value or income stream. But I think Mr. Matthews last week at scrutiny drew everyone's attention to also the provisions within the development agreement. Now, Stephen, this is 18.4, which is essentially a review mechanism. So if in the instance of the scheme not being viable, there is a provision within the development agreement which will enable both the council and the development partner to work through a series of mitigating options to enable that scheme to become viable. So that is something that we can discuss in more detail in exempt when we get to that. But I just wanted to highlight that there is a waterfall of mechanisms to enable the council to get to a viable position with the development partner.
So, Leader, on that one, I think what we would be doing moving forward is to add that in to the risk register, so that there is that review clause, there is that cascade, because I think, you know, adjusting our objectives and adjusting our it's one of many things that we would look at should the scheme not be viable.
Councillor Lerney.
Thank you. One of the columns is, of course, immediate actions, which is for us to take around the opportunities to explore external funding. I'm pleased to say that the County Council have been very supportive of progressing the Central Winchester Regeneration Scheme and working together on transport issues. We're certainly working together to explore opportunities for government funding when that comes forward. So we can also add other parties into there in terms of who's looking to assist us in those external funding opportunities.
Thank you. Mrs. Lyons.
Thank you, Leader. I think, Nick, it would be useful maybe if you came in at this point as well. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just going back, just stepping slightly back to that previous risk in terms of the not financially viable. I think it's worth noting as well that that's true for whoever you go forwards with. It's a process, and the mechanisms are in place through the development agreement to try and cascade that as highlighted. But that's not just specific to the recommended preferred partner. In terms of external funding, I think and again. Ms. Keys might want to come in on this, but it's allowing those opportunities to look into that. And this process, again, it's the mechanisms and the challenge, recognising it early and actually being able to respond and consider that. So both in the viability of the scheme, but then also how that is reflected in terms of the affordability for the council as well. But it's that constant mechanism and review and challenge and looking at those opportunities as they arise, which is the mechanisms around that.
Thank you, Nick. Jen, just one other point from you, I think.
Thank you. And I just wanted to draw your attention to the recommended development partner is a well-funded entity, and there's two funding sources within the signing party that would be looking to back the scheme to enable delivery. Now, the reason why this is important is because that's not always the case. And it is a significant advantage, especially in the current economic climate that we find ourselves in, where actually interest rates are increasing and risk profiles across funding organisations are heightened. So actually those funders that are looking to deploy capital are taking a more risk-averse approach, and the cost of capital and secure can be higher. So having funding within the recommended development partner organisation is a huge advantage, and potentially will also be a cost saving in relation to the viability and the inputs, because you're not having to pay for third party debt.
Thank you very much indeed. That's very helpful. I mean, I'd like to confirm that I think we should very much see this as a living document. I think the expectation would be that a revised and updated version of this that reflects the consequences of any decision we take today comes back to the next Cabinet Regen. It addresses the points that have been made by Councillor Power and Ms. Keys, the 151 officer, about how we will correct the language or update the language relating to risk, and reflect also the point which isn't touched in here that relates to the laddering or the waterfall within the concept, within the development agreement, which we'll probably get to later, either public or exempt. And also the other point, which again, the importance of working with outside partners, highlighted by Councillor Lerney. I think what this does show is one of the important things that was highlighted by the Claire Lloyd-Jones review was the council didn't spend enough time managing risk, and actually just the fact that we've had this conversation on one risk item shows the importance of doing that and the value of doing that, and the fact that we keep this live, we bring it back regularly to the Cabinet Regeneration Committee, as well as its wider role within audit and the other places in the council that look at it. The next one that is red, and we've addressed a lot of this, but it may be one, and we've touched on it earlier, which is the proposed scheme is not affordable to the council. similar pressures, in fact, the same causes and consequences, and the same or many of the same mitigations, although there is a reference to engagement with Winchester City Council members and other key stakeholders, presumably via our new governance, which can possibly be more specific about, and the fact that we will have a full business case process. I think that the role of the development partner is something we've already touched on there. Is there anything, Ms. Keys, that we need to add in terms of the full business case process that we'll go through, and maybe there may be a question for Ms. Evans about the governance?
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I mean, I think the really important point there is around that full business case. So as this moves forward, planning permission won't be sought until a full business case has been conducted, and that will review all of the financial elements of the development going forward. So we'll look at all of those assumptions, so market assumptions, internal assumptions, the financial position of the council, and bring all of that together in the full business case.
Thank you. Did I notice that Ms. Lyons wanted to say something on this particular risk?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I think I'll bring Jennifer Newsham in just a moment, but what's really important to bear in mind, and I think Nick touched on it, any development is there's an element of risk to any development and any approach taken. And I think the structure that we're proposing via the development agreement does mitigate the overarching risk to the council, and that a lot of the risk is borne by the development partner. So I think that's something to bear in mind. And Jen, I think it's quite a standard approach. You know, it's something that other projects and other regeneration schemes have experienced.
Thank you, Varian. Absolutely, as Varian mentions, this is a very standard approach. It's tried and tested. All of these delivery models were explored extensively in the strategic outline case, and then also the outline business case. What the development agreement does is it transfers risk over to the development partner, as Varian says. So planning risk, delivery risk, leasing risk, sales risk, etc. Away from the council holding that risk and transferring that over to the partner. There are those risks were set out comprehensively in terms of where that burden sat in the key commercial principles paper, which went to Cabinet before we went out to procure a partner. And through this process, what we've been looking for in relation to the final tender submissions, and particularly in relation to the legal section, is if a bidder was looking to transfer any of that risk back to the council or not, and where that sits on that scale. What we've seen very clearly from the recommended development partner was they were very happy with that risk allocation, seeing the majority of that sat with them in terms of the level of burden. And accepted the vast majority of that risk burden position, and so that remains unchanged broadly from the key commercial principles, more so than the other two bidders. The other two bidders were looking in some instances to try and change that risk distribution preference across various different things, but the recommended development partner has accepted those.
Thank you, Jen. And Leader, I'm not sure whether people will recall this, but in the strategic outline case, we have a table that outlines the various different delivery methods, but also at the top that there's you know, risk and control. There's a trade-off between risk and control. And I think when we looked at all of the different elements and the different routes for delivery, the development partner route via a development agreement had the right balance for the council between retaining an element of control as the development progresses, but not retaining all of the risk there is going to be some risk. There's risk with any development and any regeneration scheme. But the fact that we've got a partner on board who's sharing that risk, we're retaining some control, and we're also retaining that long-term interest in the site.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Leader. Could we have verification, please, Mrs. Lyons? Loss of income has been a recurring theme throughout the constructive criticism, how we're going forward. I believe I've seen in the development agreement that there will, within each phase, there will be set an expectation of the income to be derived. That will be monitored and reported as part of the governance process. That will be in the public domain, and that the cumulative income throughout the project will also be assessed and reported. Could you confirm that for me, please?
Thank you, Councillor Power. Yes, there are regular reviews before every single phase. There is a review, not just of each phase, but of the entire value and situation of the whole scheme. So at each point, that is reviewed so that we make sure that as the scheme progresses, we hope that the values will increase, and therefore we do reflect that in any agreement and any financial sort of deal that we come up with on a phase by phase basis.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. And in part, you may have answered my question in your response to Councillor Power. I wanted to ask, in terms of, because the scheme is going to be coming forward in phases, to what extent does that help to mitigate our risk in this area? I think you've just touched on it, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. That works on sort of two levels. Firstly, the income loss on the income profile, we work with the development partners. So as I said before, because it's on a phased basis, we're not instantly going to lose all of that income in one go. It will be phased across as the different phases come forward, trying to reduce the income loss as much as we can, but also bearing in mind that there is that potential to have, with this particular bidder as well, maybe an even increased income level over that long period of time. So it's that phasing and the income sort of and revenue profile that sits. With regards to the phasing as well, with each phase and as the development is successful, the land values, the values will increase. And at each stage, before we go for planning and before we get those detailed phase applications approved, there is that whole viability and affordability check so that we cash in and don't lose out on any of those. There is also, and we'll get into this when we come, what's called an overage provision, but we will come on to that. So again, if there is a long-term value over and above what we would be expecting through the development over time, the council also has got an agreement that there will be a share of that, but we will come to that later.
Thank you. I think that point about overage is an important one. Again, I think what we've highlighted a few things here, which essentially say that there is a need to update the mitigation and the status of this as well when it comes to the next Cabinet regen. So on this risk management as well, I think the conversation has highlighted other things that are happening that I would like to see in an updated version of this report to come back to Cabinet regen, not the one in a few days' time, but probably the one after that. Give you a bit of time. And the last high risk is the construction cost increases and supply chain disruptions, highlighting the impact of Brexit, the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and increased inflation resulting in shortage of materials and skills, leading to a delay in the project and or affect the viability of the scheme. The consequences, implications for viability and affordability, potential delays and undesirable compromises. The mitigation on this one is listed as regular close monitoring of construction market supply and demand, which is not that detailed. I just wondered what, based on the submission that we've had from the potential development partner, if you can provide extra perspective on that and any extra insight on, in particular, how the choice we're making today may mitigate that.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I will pass over to Jennifer in a minute, but I think again, it's what was really quite strong through this recommended development partner was their flexible approach, not only to how they work with us and phase and try to get the best approach for us, but also they've got the flexibility within the different uses to adapt to any changing economic pressures. So within the scheme itself over time, there will be flexibility to adapt. With any regeneration project, I think the increasing cost would affect everyone, but I think the flexibility that the recommended development partner has would enable us to manage that as best we can. The fact that they're in it for the long term, I think it's really important that Winchester, we've been talking about this for a very long time, and I think we're in quite a sort of up and down economic environment at the moment, and I think the recommended development partner will be able to work with us and sort of manage that, Jen, far better, I think, than some of the others maybe.
Thank you. I agree with everything you've just said there, Varian. And just to add, in terms of the final tender submissions, one of the key things we were also looking at was understanding how all the shortlisted bidders would go about procurement and supply chain appointments. So actually understanding how they would tender opportunities and drive competitive tension through pricing, but also balancing quality and social value and D&I aspects throughout that. We were very comforted and reassured by the recommended development partners' approach to driving value through their supply chain, which I think is also an added advantage in relation to the bidder that we're recommending. As Varian said, the issue of bill costs is something which is it's faced by everybody, and it's a factor that is significantly impacting the developer universe and the industry at the current time. We are expecting pricing to start settling down in due course, and we're already starting to see some slight easing off in terms of some of those build cost increases, but I don't think they're ever going to go back to where they were beforehand. So this is a challenge that everybody is going to be faced with, but I think we're confident that the recommended development partner has the skills, the expertise to navigate those challenges successfully.
Thank you. And again, I think an update would be helpful that the procurement approach of the development partner is included as one of the mitigations in an updated version of the risk register. So Cabinet, those are all the red risks, which are the ones that I think needed most attention. Unless there are any others that people wish to support, I suggest that we count the risk assessment section. Oh, Councillor Lerney.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy with the risk register as we've discussed it today, but I think it's appropriate to refer to Mr. Tate's impassioned speech earlier and remember that one of the significant strategic risks to this council is actually not moving forward with action on Central Winchester, whatever form that takes. And while clearly this is a risk register which reflects moving forward with the scheme, there are other council strategic risks that we need to take into account.
That is a point well made and needs reflection in the council's overall risk register. And for those of you watching or those people here, we are deliberately taking a careful and deliberate approach because we know that one of the risks is that if you do not provide a proper consideration in a decision making, the lawyer's letter appears shortly afterwards. So we are doing, we will be mindful. One of the things that we are having to balance in order to get something to happen is this balance between thoroughness, following due legal process, while still making sure that we move ahead. But thank you for raising that point, and I think you're right. I think it would be a major risk for our city and for this council if we did not proceed, and sometimes the risks of inaction are probably not adequately highlighted. There is actually, though, a section of later on where we have a chance to talk about that in terms of other options rejected, where we have a chance to be rude about doing nothing again. We have been going now for how long? 2.5 hours? 2 hours 40 minutes, and reached, I think, a natural break, having had a good discussion of the risk assessment. We will move on to the second part of the paper, where we will be going into the development partner procurement process, the final tender submission, the business case, and then the development agreement. So still quite a lot to do, I'm afraid, but I propose a 15-minute adjournment for people to rush about, warm up, take a natural break, and unfortunately probably not have time to go to the other business that we haven't mentioned that isn't part of either King's Walk, isn't Poundland, Iceland, or projects, which is Open House Delhi, which I also want to make sure gets a name check. All the businesses in the area have been properly referenced. They're all excellent. Anyway, 15-minute adjournment. I assume everybody's agreed. And I'll see you at 12:25. Thank you very much indeed for rejoining the meeting. Apologies for the slight delay versus the originally intended adjournment time. We've had to reschedule some cabinet decision days, and we're clarifying the appropriate democratic and governance approach to doing that, which took slightly longer than planned. So we're now we've reconvened. We're talking about the report on Central Winchester regeneration. The next section to talk about is section 11, which is the background. I don't think there is anything here that we haven't already covered, and it's not material to the decision, although it's useful to understand the journey that we've been through to get here. However, sections 12 and 13 are material to the outcome and are expected to have been noted and considered as part of the recommendations that we have for this meeting. So section 12 relates to the development partner procurement process. Now, we've had a presentation on this, and I'm not sure there's much in this section that goes beyond that, apart from technical details as to which particular regulations were being followed. Cabinet, do you have any questions or comments on this section? As said, I think we've heard all the information in there. There's nothing that struck me that needed extra attention. We do also have a chance to have a look at a bit more of that later in the meeting when we talk about Appendix C in the partner business case. The next section is section 13, the evaluation outcome. And again, that is nothing more than we've seen in the presentation about the fact that bidder E achieved the highest scores and is the recommended development partner. But again, nothing new there, but important that we've explicitly referenced it.
Just assist momentarily, Leader. Thank you. Just in order, just to reference the recommendations, clearly the recommendations today rely on the Cabinet understanding and being content with the process of the procurement exercise that has undertaken. And you are at this moment in time, once again, checking there are any questions or points of clarification about the process and the outcome, because that is material to the decision in front of us today. Thank you, Leader.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. Ms. Lyons, during the presentation, you talked about how we originally had 13 bidders, people who were interested, and then that was reduced down to 3. And then we've gone into a considerable detail of how we looked at the 3 and evaluated the 3 and we've come up with a recommended bidder. I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about how we moved from 13 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Yes, again, the first stage of that, the SQ stage, when the procurement documents went before Cabinet in December of 21, and then again for further review at full council in January 22, there was a similar set of questions and criteria that were set out at that point. So like we've shown this morning for the evaluation criteria for the 3 shortlisted bidders, there was one for the SQs that all 13 were then evaluated against. So we went through a very similar process with all 13 bids, and that's how we came up with the shortlist. And I know in exempt there is maybe a little bit more information that we can go into at that point.
Did I see another hand? No. Okay, Cabinet, just as a reminder of process, we are required to, in the recommendations, while we note the various sections that in 1 to 7 that are referred to as being notable, in section 8, we are required to be satisfied about the matters set out in points 1 to 7. So we've talked about the Equalities Impact Assessment and the risk register, and we're now talking about section 12 and 13 in terms of the procurement process and the selection. So now is your chance, if you've got questions, things that which may mean I think we've probed all of those areas in some depth or had details presented to us. But if you do have any questions where you need to be quote unquote satisfied about what you're being asked to decide, then please do speak and let me know. However, this area we have talked about in some depth, and we will be going into more detailed picture of the scoring in exempt session. Section 14 is again a section that we've had a presentation on, and we will go for this one. We will go into the details of section Appendix B as well. Although I think the summary that we have in front of us is useful to help navigate our way through that. So section B, as you recall, is the Appendix B is the recommended development partner tender submission summary. So there is a summary of this here, but essentially this is the section that says versus the criteria, the SPD, the investment objectives, sustainability and social value, bus solution and movement strategy, design and placemaking, archaeology and engagement with stakeholders. Are we satisfied with what we're reading here? So the first one is, are we satisfied that development will be carried out to deliver the vision and objectives set out in the CWR SPD? And you can see, you heard from Ms. Lyons earlier, and you can see a summary of what they have said in this document, and also on pages in practice 71, 72 and 73 of the document pack in Appendix B, the details of what has been submitted for these areas. Do you have any questions? Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Leader. I'm looking in the main body of the report, and I'm looking in 14.2 subsection. Sorry, get the right subsection.
We're on A at the moment.
A, yes, that's where I am as well. Thank you, and I'm trying to get the right paragraph. It refers to the recommended developer talks about this staged placemaking as part of the strengths of their bid, and it says with each phase offering a new place with an active public realm, creating social value, demonstrating the character of the whole. That sounds fantastic. I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about sort of how that would come about in reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I will bring in Jennifer in just a second, but part of the planning approach will also ensure that the different phases talk to each other and become a complete whole at the end. So that's the reason that we've agreed on this hybrid planning application, but also the recommended development partner has sort of characterised various different phases and various different elements of the scheme to sort of build on the vibrancy and the different mix of uses on site. So Jen, I don't know whether you could come in and just elaborate a little bit more on that.
Thank you, Varian. The approach set out by the recommended development partner was very clear that each phase would be comprehensive in itself, in the sense of it would have fully functioning public realm, it would have destinational pull, for example. So you don't have a situation where actually you don't have a situation where phases of development come forward but actually aren't complete because they're reliant on subsequent phases for certain interventions, for example, public realm. And they see the recommended development partner sees it as a very important thing to ensure that each phase is comprehensive in its own rights, and that builds up to that overall big picture of what Central Winchester will deliver in terms of the vision set out in the SPD, but also the investment objectives set out in the development brief.
So again, often when we see enlarged development sites, people end up feeling like they're living or they're working in the development site for many, many, many years. Is it very much their intention, therefore, to make it so that when a phase is complete, people can begin to enjoy that phase and not feel they're on the development site for an extraordinary long time?
Yes, that is correct. So as each phase is delivered, and this can also absolutely apply to meanwhile use phases, which will come forward ahead of the overall development. That will be a development that will enable people to use, enjoy, interact, and have a sense of connection to those places which are delivered on a phased basis, and enabling parts of the site to open up in advance of the whole being delivered.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon-Smith.
Yes, during one of our site visits, we saw in a certain city a very successful meanwhile use. And I've just wondered if there's any way of avoiding a meanwhile use, well, not remaining as a meanwhile use forever.
Thank you. The idea and the approach that the recommended development partner is taking is that we don't want meanwhile use to be a forever use, but what we do want to do is take the meanwhile use approach and look and feel, and particularly with regards to building on the tenants and the uses and the creativity that we already have, is to build them long term into the main development scheme so that we don't lose them. So we don't want it to remain a permanent meanwhile use look and feel, but we do want to retain the businesses, the talent, the local input, and the local business and communities that we're starting to build up throughout the process. Long term, keep them in the site.
Councillor Power.
Thank you, Leader. There is reference to the reuse of existing structures, and I think Councillor Gordon-Smith's point is, if we found a meanwhile use that we actually found worked really well, would that be part of using in existing structures, which would of course mitigate the risk of construction costs?
Thank you, Councillor Power. Yes, the recommended development partner is looking at what buildings could be reused. So, for example, we know that we investigated looking and reusing King's Walk. It could well be a possibility that the recommended development partner chooses to do the same, albeit remodelled, refigured. But maybe are there any other buildings on the site that they could, again, look at doing that with? So if it does work as a meanwhile use, and we want to keep the meanwhile use in the situation, the location that they're in, it may well be that that is a possibility, yes.
Thank you. So on A, if you go to Appendix B, it outlines how this objective meets how the bidder has put forward their approach on the objectives of the SPD: the vibrant mixed-use quarter, Winchesterness, exceptional public realm, city experience, sustainable transport, incremental delivery, housing for all, community, and climate change and sustainability. Section B relates to the investment objectives, and there are, I think, 6 of those, as outlined, written out slightly more in full in Appendix B, but work, live, play, student experience, overnight tourism, and sustainable development. Do people have any questions or comments on the submission in those areas? Councillor Lerny.
Thank you. The proposed development partner talks about intergenerational community, including young people. The reason that we put a focus on younger people into our investment objectives of the scheme was not because it was in a Lib Dem manifesto, although it was in the Lib Dem manifesto, but partly because of the competitive positioning report that was done for the council by JLL in 2019, showing how the above average level of older people in our community was a threat to the long-term health of our to the economic and social health of the district. We recognise that the market is very keen to provide for older people. What's in place to ensure that we do keep that focus on young people and that those investment objectives don't shift?
Thank you, Councillor Lerney. In conversations with the recommended development partner, very much the key focus is building units that are affordable and maybe slightly smaller, look at a slightly different offer that would appeal far more to the younger generation. And it's not just our university students, it's our own homegrown youngsters that want to stay in the city as well. It's across the board, and I think the flexibility of the offer with the residential thinking, and it hasn't been identified that the final mix, that the final tenures, but the flexibility there I think is going to be really important. And it's not saying that it won't enable other age groups at some point, if appropriate, to move into the site. So we're not excluding it, but we are making it an absolute priority that the units are of a size and of an affordability and of an offer that the young people are going to be able to take advantage of, and specifically, again, local people as well.
Thank you. Just to add to that, Marion is absolutely right. Having the flexibility in terms of the residential provision is absolutely critical, and especially at an affordable price point. But also, a significant part of the scheme will be commercial led. So actually, the employment opportunities that come through the creative makerspace and flexible workspace, etc., is also absolutely critical to ensuring that the young people stay within Winchester and within the district over the longer term. And that's something that the recommended development partner is very clear in terms of its vision for delivery of those types of spaces.
Thank you. The next. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I just wonder whether Ms Lyons and perhaps Jen could say a few words about how developing this site and having a focus towards the younger generation will actually enhance what we have in terms of our cultural offering elsewhere in the city.
Yes, of course, Councillor Thompson. I think one of the key things that Central Winchester is looking to do is to complement what is already existing in Central Winchester and the district, rather than competing with. So the offer that we are looking to provide at Central Winchester will be smaller, flexible units, independent opportunities, something slightly different models from what we would normally expect to see, which then again complements what we've got here in the city. So it's looking to bring in makers and creatives. We've already started to do a bit of that at Kingswalk. You can see there's a couple of tenants in there that are starting on this road already. We've been able to help them along the way with flexibility around their occupational terms, flexibility around their rental and how they occupy the space, and the development partner, the recommended development partner, has pledged to actually work with us to continue that. So it's complementing and not competing, and also making sure that it's something that young people, as Jennifer said, you know, the opportunities there are to work, live and play in the centre, so it will be slightly different than what we've already got.
Just being slightly more careful to watch out for fellow cabinet members who want to say something. The next section is sustainability and social value. The two in the main paper and in Appendix B are quite close. It talks about the 4 key deliverables: healthy and active places, affordable and secure energy, future-proof places, reduction in global warming. It talks about the process that we'll do in terms of brief design, procurement, phase construction and operation. It talks about how they intend to deliver net zero, circular economy, biodiversity and their approach to social value. Do people have any questions? Councillor Ferguson, Deputy Leader, sorry.
Thank you, Leader. I know you mentioned earlier, Mrs. Lyons, about the management of the public realm. And I know that people are nervous, residents are nervous, and indeed I'm nervous about private ownership of public spaces. And you talked briefly about the way that the recommended developer would seek to address this, but I wonder if you could just go back over that for us here now and with a bit more detail to give that reassurance that people aren't going to find themselves in later years, not initially perhaps, but in later years, locked out of those public spaces, which has happened on other developments elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Yes, of course. The approach that the recommended development partner has set out is that there would be a long-term management arrangement, management organisation. What that looks like is to be discussed and agreed as we go through the journey. But the principle is that it will be an organisation or an entity that has lots of different stakeholders as part of that management sort of voice, really. So it would be a council representative from the development partner, representative from residents, from local stakeholders, from local businesses. So everyone is part of how that public realm is managed, which then works to ensure that it remains public and doesn't become, I know gated community is what we've seen and what we've heard, that we really don't want it in Winchester. And again, they are absolutely committed to that.
Any other comments or questions? I think that, I mean, I have a similar question. I think it will be interesting to look at different models, because I know, for example, the Wellborn discussion that's going on with Fareham, where they're looking at a particular trust form in order to manage public spaces. So we just need to make sure we learn from good practice and what other innovations going on in terms of how that would work, and to ensure public protection in terms of the long term. The next section is the movement strategy and bus solution, and how they approach engagement with transport stakeholders. Any questions about what is highlighted there? Councillor Learn.
Thank you. I welcome the proposal to create a regular transport steering group around the site. Can you flesh that out a bit as to what that might look like, or haven't we got that detail at the moment?
Thank you. It is early days on that, but one of the first things that the recommended development partner wants to do is to come in and have those conversations early on. So we've obviously spent a lot of time ahead of this process, and when we were working through the development proposals, looking at the bus solution for central Winchester that would enable development. We've also had conversations around, the active travel and how we would make sure that integrates with the vision that we've got for the city. But actually the detail is not there yet. Jennifer, I don't know whether there's anything else that we want to add on that one. No. We will obviously, so the stakeholders that we obviously not just the buses, but it's bringing the county in right from the beginning to make sure that it fits, because obviously the movement strategy is evolving all the time.
I have a question on this one, which is something I'm a bit obsessed by, so I'm going to just check, which is, are they open, or indeed do they want to have what I would call a citywide approach rather than a red line based approach to discussing transport issues? In other words, will the discussion be will it be part of a discussion about how transport works in the city as a whole, rather than not really caring what happens outside the red line?
Thank you, Leader. I mean, the answer to that, in a word, is yes. John, I don't know whether you want to come in to add to that.
I think they've Yes, absolutely. I mean, what they have done through their submission is indicate their understanding that Central Winchester is not an island, if I can put an isolated island, but is part of a greater whole. And indeed, they wish to work very closely with obviously ourselves in the county and bus operators to look at wider solutions. But of course, I think they recognise that it's absolutely not just in their interest, but in the city's interest to ensure that there is a holistic solution. And that did come from their submission rather, as I said, one which is just purely focused on the site.
Thank you. The next section is E, which relates to design and placemaking, which has the long wanted reopening of the culverted waterways, and riverside walks, which we know that we've always wanted to have, and reference to the key buildings, respecting the as it says here, key buildings such as the Guildhall and the Cathedral, as well as the assemblage of secular buildings and spaces between them. Any questions or comments on their approach to design and placemaking? I don't know if Councillor Gordon-Smith, this is an area of professional expertise.
It's not really a question. I would dearly love to see the waterways opening up. I mean, there's fantastic ecological benefits for the watercourses themselves, as well as the individuals walking past them.
Provided, of course, that Southern Water doesn't dump sewage in them. Councillor Ernie.
Thank you. As is referred to elsewhere in the paper, we did, as Cabinet, have the opportunity to interview the various developers teams, and I just wanted to say that actually I was very reassured by that in terms of their design team and their approach to that, and I think that's something which we have had the opportunity to interrogate separately.
The Chief Executive has just reminded me of a couple of comments that were made in scrutiny that we might want to clarify.
Assist Leader.
Yeah, why don't you assist?
Thank you. Leader, you're going to turn to me later to provide an overview for Cabinet of the matters discussed and largely answered at scrutiny last week. But just while we're on this section, there was some considerable debate around the point of opening up the culverted waterways to provide riverside walks. I think it would be helpful for Cabinet to understand from the team this couple of points, which is that there was a consideration as to whether those culverts could assist in dealing with flooding incidents, and similarly around the installation of small hydro generating installations. And I just wouldn't want Cabinet to progress if those options either were or were not cognizant in the scheme. Thank you.
Councillor Power, and detect some energy to respond to that.
A word on hydro generation. You do need a considerable fall in water in order to create hydroelectricity, and the current state of those culverts does not support that flow of water. It would require major engineering in various parts to create hydro generation. So on my limited experience in Alresford, where we do have that.
Leader, I'd also make the point that having investigated hydro generation schemes elsewhere on the council estate, the Environment Agency has taken a rather dim view of this in the past. So we obviously have to balance those biodiversity issues with obviously a clear desire to have a look at renewable energy sources of a whole variety of different kinds.
Absolutely, we need to okay, that's very helpful. In terms of flood management, I'd hope we were managing that slightly before it got to Winchester. But,
if I may, Leader, one of the major causes of localised flood is blockages. And of course, if waterways are in a culvert, you cannot see those blockages easily. So there should be some benefit in the management of floods by having these waterways open.
Thank you, that's very helpful. There was one other point which we just passed, which I will just quickly refer back to in the previous objective. Under net zero, there was a sentence in terms of the following methodology, and it said, number 1, minimise upfront carbon, maximise low carbon natural materials. Tick. Number 2, offset at start of site. Number 3, reduce occupational energy in use. Number 4, utilise electric only energy and use renewable electricity supplier. And 5, optimise on-site renewable generation. What does the reference to offset at start of site mean?
I'm going to allow Jennifer to answer that one because Jennifer's really sort of quite familiar with the sustainability measures here.
Thank you, Varian. I mean, I don't have a huge amount more to say on this than I did at scrutiny, I'm afraid, in the sense of until the reports have been undertaken and the scheme starts to emerge, there is not a clear strategy as to exactly what the offset criteria or otherwise would be. But the note there in relation to offset at start is if it's required, that is what the recommended development partner is absolutely prepared to do as part of their methodology in order to achieve net zero carbon on the site.
Right, so in other words, they'll still hopefully do all the things that we would expect them to do to minimise the need for offsetting, but if they do need to offset, they won't wait till the end of the process to do it. Is that how to interpret that?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, it does sound like that will be a topic of discussion to match up our offsetting strategy and their offsetting strategy and make sure we have the same understanding in part of the ongoing governance and development of the delivery plan. Is that something we could discuss should we choose to?
Peter, thank you. I mean, again, the answer to that is yes. And with regards to the previous questions, the development partner will be looking at all options across the board to maximise, as much as we and they can with regards to net zero carbon, biodiversity, waterways and all of those things. But I think we're a way off yet knowing what that looks like. We don't have a scheme. We're not quite sure yet what that's going to look like. But as the scheme progresses, it will very much be all options considered.
Thank you. The next area is archaeology. I know there's a good number of people in our city who care very much about that. Do people have any questions that relate to archaeology? Councillor Becker, I believe you have a degree in it.
I do. So really pleased to see the celebration of archaeology in the brief, where archaeology is not seen as a problem but something to be celebrated and enjoyed as part of the development. Also pleased to see the requirements for the agreement of works with the council, the use of the advisory panel, the appointment of a specialist archaeological consultant. I was just wondering where I find that in the development agreement. Is that something that will come in there as part of the development stages? Sorry, Mr. Matthew, I'm looking at you here. Having read the development agreement, I couldn't see that in there specifically yet. Just wanted assurance it was going in there.
And Leader, just before Mr. Matthews responds, I would also say that this was a matter for discussion at scrutiny as well regarding how the DA deals with archaeological issues and future archaeological findings. So it'd be most helpful if Mr. Matthews could outline that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the treatment of archaeology is dealt with in the development brief at paragraph 4.8. That development brief is part of the development agreement. Their delivery plan and planning application have to address that objective in the development brief. So it's brought into the development agreement in that way, i.e. their scheme has to meet that archaeology position in the development brief. There is also a provision in the work schedule about what happens if any archaeology is discovered during the carrying out of the works, and there's some paragraphs there that deal with what then happens in terms of they have to comply with any planning conditions and they have to do whatever we tell them to do.
So you have a...
No, I was just going to say, and the points raised in scrutiny, I don't know if Mr. Matthew addressed those as well, or if...
I think they're very similar. So in essence,
they were the points.
So the process that we've highlighted, where the initial, so Schedule 2, I think, of the development agreement is the initial development a delivery plan, and the bid section that relates to archaeology is the starting point for that. So, and this point that you've highlighted, which is they see archaeology as an opportunity, not as primarily as an opportunity, not as a threat, is very welcome and effectively would carry over into that draft, presumably. And is there any way that they could then say, well, actually, we didn't mean it? I mean, presumably the draft becomes a kind of minimum offer at that point. Is that legally how it stands?
Contractually, how it works is that they're then bound to carry out the scheme in accordance with the development brief and their delivery plan, which you've approved, so the council has approved. So they are then bound to do what they said they'd do, not just pay lip service to what it says in the development brief. So they would be tying themselves to those promises, yes.
And again, for clarity, because I know this is an area of great interest, what happens if we discover that Fishbourne Roman Villa is actually the second biggest Roman villa north of the Alps, rather than the biggest as it currently is?
Well, I think you celebrate to start with, probably, but that would obviously have an impact and would have to be dealt with. But it's not for them to decide. It's for the council to consider what should happen, work with the developer around anything of that important nature.
For clarification, has the developer worked on archaeologically sensitive sites before?
Yes. Yes, leader, they have, and we've seen that they've given examples of where they have embraced it, celebrated it, and incorporated it. So yes.
When we get to see the final proposal, when we find out, depending on our decision today, we will be in the don't tell me you're funny, show me your joke type space, and we will actually have some evidence which perhaps may reassure people, hopefully. Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. And then the last point, the recommended approach towards stakeholder engagement. I think this is very close to what we've already talked about. In fact, I think it's a slightly abbreviated version of what we've already talked about. So I don't think there's anything to add here unless somebody has a comment. So thank you. That is, we've gone through and understood the basis for the evaluation, and not the scores, but the key elements of the final tender and Appendix B, both within section 14 of this paper and in Appendix B itself. The next stage that we need to look at is the development partner business case, and this is the classic 5-part cabinet office model, the strategic case, economic case, commercial case, financial case, and management case. And again, on this one, it is something, this is section 15. Sorry, it's the Treasury Green Book, it's not Cabinet Office. 15.4, but also pages 84 to 84 to 162. Let's quickly, well, I say quickly, let's carefully go through these. And again, the summary is on section 15.4. There's a very useful paper that sits behind it, highlights the overall summary of the situation and what will be asked to be signed off. The strategic case effectively, I don't know if it's not, if I understand it, has not really changed versus the outline business case. There's nothing about the choice that we're making today that, you know, this is the case for the development as a whole, rather than the specific choice of development partner. But there's nothing in here that says that the strategic case has significantly changed. Is that? Similarly, the economic case, which is the benefit cost ratio and looks at the wider impact of doing this development on the economy, the wider benefits. What it says here is that you've revisited this, and despite the worsening economic climate, the belief is that a favourable economic return is still possible. Is that?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I think as well, just quickly, we are absolutely following the guidelines of the Green Book. We've slotted this additional business case in because there's a strategic outline business case, there's an outline business case, and then you move to full business case. Because we don't have a scheme, we've slotted in an additional business case which justifies and helps support the decision that you're making today around appointing the development partner. So Jen, I'm going to ask you to come in on the economic case because quite rightly you point out, Leader, that we did a benefits cost ratio analysis for the outline business case that showed, we talked at the presentation around the qualitative benefits and the quantitative benefits, where we were able to quantify some of those outputs. So Jen, I don't know if you could just talk around that for a little while, because we need to then to revisit that when we've got a final scheme.
Thank you, Varian. Yes, I'll happily just give an overview of the BCR analysis. So a significant amount of work was undertaken at the outline business case stage to start to quantify the benefits from a social value and an economic perspective that we expect to see coming forward as through the regeneration of central Winchester. And the way that analysis works is that it looks to create a ratio between every £1 spent on development costs and how much just comes back to the local environment, the local economy through returns generated. This looks at a range of both qualitative and quantitative benefits. The qualitative ones will be things that would start to be firmed up on in terms of actually putting a monetary value on them in due course. And Varian, when she spoke through the slides earlier in the presentation, touched on the buckets of what these things were. So I won't dwell on that again at this stage. But what the analysis told us at the outline business case stage was that there was a very favourable return from a BCR assessment point of view for undertaking this development. And what that return showed was an all economy outcome. So for every £1 spent, you get £2.68 back in return. Now, for something to be, for a positive BCR, you need to have 1-to-1. So that is a very, very favourable return in the scheme of certainly regeneration projects, and set a very firm foundation for the progression of the scheme moving forward. Now, clearly, we all know that economic factors have come into play since the publication of the OBC. We've got a high level of inflation. We've got bill cost increases. There's an impact on the cost of living crisis, etc. We're not able to update fully the BCR analysis at this stage because we still don't have a scheme. So we're still rooting that in the development proposal. So exactly the same as what we did at the ABC stage. But what we've done and updated in terms of the latest business case that's before you is looked at the optimism bias or the sensitivity analysis. So that brings in what we call low, medium and high sensitivity analysis, and looks at, so if we have an impact on, say, 10% cost increase, but also 10% reduction in overall benefits, so double hitting the BCR, what does that do to our overall ratio? And that's set out in table 3 of the business case. And what that clearly demonstrates is, even with a very high sensitivity impact, so say for example a 20% increase in costs coupled with a 20% reduction in benefits, you're still getting £2.14 back for every £1 spent. Now, the position which we've set out in the business case is that it would be a medium impact. So that's 10%, which would reduce your all economy outcome from £2.68 to £2.41. So still very, very compelling in terms of the level.
Changes that were made to the some of the areas that were clarified during the dialogue process. So the governance, the long stop dates, the termination consequences, and delivery plan contents. So what's in the initial development delivery plan, and confirmation that we did follow the process that we should have followed. I don't know if people have any questions about that section. We will have the chance, if there are any issues relating to that, to discuss more in the discussion of the development agreement. It also, I know there's something that's was raised, I think, as a scrutiny point about parent company support, which was one of the scrutiny questions, and that is covered in section 4.5. I don't know if you want to provide any extra detail on that. Mr. Matthews.
No, we have had clear confirmation, though, from the recommended development partner as to their position on parent company guarantee, and that's entirely satisfactory.
Thank you. We now have the financial case, which sets out the affordability, and again is seen, I think, mainly through the lens at the stage of the budget position, but also talks about how governance and other factors will enable us to influence the value. This is where the figures of revenue and capital come in. And coming back to the discussion we had earlier, it does show the fact that you can't double count them. You either have an asset that you don't sell, which we bought for £5 million, that delivers a revenue of £100,000. Well, sorry, it's the Middlebrook Street delivers a £444,000 a year revenue, or you sell the asset and get a capital receipt having redeveloped it. But what you can't do is sell the asset and get revenue from it. That's not really legally possible as far as I'm aware, unless somebody wants to correct me. I'm seeing Nick is nodding his head at that point. You can't sell your cake and eat it. So coming back to the cakeist analogy. And this is where the main financial assumptions sit in terms of highlighting the risks, the performance, the revenue consequences, the sensitivity analysis. Do you want to provide any extra perspective on the financial case? I don't know if this is a 151 question or one for Mr. Walford.
I'm happy to take questions if there's anything further on this, but the general findings being that obviously the capital expenditure budget isn't really affected because you're not actually spending any capital on this. The revenue position is impacted, as we've discussed, because you're losing revenue from existing assets on the site within the red line boundary, and that there are mechanisms to improve that position, which are reflected in the DA and reflected on the development brief. The analysis within there has presented almost the baseline position that is assuming no value is being received through the scheme. Now we've seen through that is the position which we're technically in, because obviously we haven't done the design work and that's what's going to be happening. But from previous assessments and from the tender exercises, we've seen that values have been generated in those exercises. But again, until we actually do that exercise, we can't actually put the actual numbers in. But that's the basis of the financial case at today's date.
Thank you. No questions? No. And then the management case reconfirms a lot about the governance and how that's going to work. And the contract resource and associated budget questions, stakeholder plan, things I think we've broadly talked about, how change management happens, or on the risk register, which we've talked about in depth. Any questions relating to the management case? Good. And then we have appendices.
Leader, may I? Thank you, Leader. I am sorry to interrupt because you are giving me a moment later to just run through points of scrutiny, but it's really very helpful that you're going through these appendices in such detail. So it's probably more helpful if I just raise a couple of points now, just to clarify points that were covered at scrutiny. And the first one, which I think we have addressed today, is scrutiny were keen to understand the bidder's reaction to the change of the development brief concerning income replacement. And I believe we have addressed that, but it was whether the team wished, whether the committee wished any more clarification on that. The second point that scrutiny made last week was really just some clarifications. I think this would be helpful now, although we may need to do it in exempt, which was the understanding of the term profit share and a further conversation of overage. So I just need to take some guidance from the team when it would be appropriate to discuss. Exempt, okay, of course. Again, linked to this document, clarification regarding the use of long stop dates, and we discussed that earlier in the meeting. But in particular, information sought regarding the final reconciliation date. I don't think I've heard that mentioned yet today.
Is that in the DA summary, or is that here?
It goes to overage, so maybe that is an exempt.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to log that these points were being raised and we can pick them up later, but we obviously like to do as much in public as we can. And there are several points throughout which we will need to take into exempt, which was the information regarding the assessment of land value. And we have said as much in open as we possibly can there. But there was a point of question, which was whether that was in respect of the whole scheme or of specific phases. So again, if we can just take advice from the team as whether we can address that now or whether we need to take that in exempt, please. Exempt, please. Okay, thank you, Leader. I just wanted to flag we had some other questions coming up. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Leader. And again, I don't know whether this is a question I can ask now or ask an exempt, so please advise me. It's been made very clear we can't have our cake and eat it, but in my mind, I'm trying to equate how I value income against land value and how the two work together. I know we've set the income as an objective, and obviously that will depress the land value, but I don't understand how it'd be helpful to understand how they work or how you evaluate them financially. Thank you.
Leader, if I may, I think a question I have in Appendix C relates to the same matter. I take Leader's choice on that.
Well, okay. I'll take your question as well, and then we'll try and get them both answered, although we may refer them to exempt.
I don't believe it's an exempt matter, and I think it should be in the public domain, Leader. I asked Mrs. Keys to establish the capital financing requirement had we had to borrow the money to make the land acquisitions. And I think that relates to the lost income as well, because that's our aspiration space. If I could ask Mrs. Keys about the capital financing requirement, I think that might clarify how we value the land and the income versus capital.
Thank you. Although it's an interesting question because it's, you know, in terms of income versus capital, it's a real piece of land that's delivering a real piece of income. So that's something for us to be mindful of. Ms. Keys.
Certainly, yes, to answer Councillor Power's question. £10 million is currently unfinanced in relation to assets that were acquired for the Silver Hill and Central Winchester redevelopment site. And that has an annual cost of the council in the region of £380,000.
Yeah, just going back to Councillor Ferguson's point on that, just in terms of principles, and we can go into the details, I guess, in the exempt, but in terms of principles, I guess the simple way of looking at it is if you were just to receive a capital receipt, the council could use that to offset borrowing, which almost gets treated in terms of affordability sense going forwards. So you can reduce that borrowing elsewhere. It doesn't need to necessarily be linked to the red light site, but that will also improve the overall position of the council's financial position through that way. Or you could receive a financial revenue ongoing, potentially through a scheme. This is very dependent upon how the scheme, there's a lot of practicalities around that, about how you break up the scheme, how you designate and demise parts of the scheme to actually generate that. So it's a very easy process going forward. So actually, you know, just from an operational point of view, but that's obviously all in the detail and through the design process that you can do that. And the mechanisms that we're trying to set up within the in the DA in that review process will, and that constant review in the back of the in the background with the council will hopefully understand that position from all those different angles to help advise, okay, well, that position is actually better in this case, and it might be well better to get capital receipt, or it might be better to receive a revenue income, but that can be adjudged when we've actually got the details to actually provide that advice. Does that help in terms of the principles?
It does help, and again, just for clarity, I'm assuming that can be looked at each phase as well as the overall development. So because it could change depending on.
In principle, absolutely. I think the one thing to note is you've got to be very clear about what each asset is, or part of an asset is actually doing. You can't mix those two budgets between the revenue and the capital. They've got to be very distinct and very transparent. So as long as you're very clear on that, then it's again, over to Liz if there's anything else you want to add on that. But that's generally the working principles of that. You just got to be very careful in terms of not merging those or blurring those different budgets.
So, I mean, the simple way, you can't sell something for a capital receipt and expect to get significant revenue from it at the same time.
Correct. Yeah.
Quite an important distinction. That's very helpful. Thank you. In terms of any other questions about the main body of the business case? Right, we then have the selection questionnaire, evaluation questions and scoring criteria. I don't think there's any.
Chairman, are we not going to look at Appendix C?
Appendix C. I'm about to do Appendix C. I mean, Appendix C we have done as we've been going. C1 we're now talking about, which is the questionnaire, and that's just essentially saying what the questionnaire is and how the scoring worked. And C2 says for the filtering process that was done, and C2 basically says how the questionnaire and scoring was done on the final decision. If I understand correctly, that has not changed versus a year ago when it was approved by Cabinet and full council. So in essence, that's just confirmation for you, colleagues, that we are actually doing what was originally agreed by council, which is useful to know. The next section is the development agreement summary, and sort of sitting naturally with that will of course be the development agreement itself, although I suspect what may be useful is that we first go through the development agreement summary, which is the high level paper that sets out what is in the development agreement. If there is any mismatch between the two, it'd be useful is confirmation that the development agreement is sovereign of the two documents. So the development agreement summary is to help us understand what's in the development agreement for people who aren't lawyers, and the development agreement itself, though, is the document that ends up defining the relationship in legal terms. Again, a lot of what we've talked about has been covered in earlier parts of the meeting, but this document covers what will be in the final development delivery plan, how the financial position will be agreed and approved, the conditions for drawdown of land. So it's important to note that it's a phased process. It doesn't all happen at once. The long stop dates and delay events, consultation and engagement expectations, governance of the project over the lifetime of the development, a life under development agreement, together with council approvals and consents, an exit and termination of the development agreement and consequences of such action. And those of you with attention to detail in section 16 of the report will notice that G is actually part of F and that H should be G. So going through quickly, we have the development agreement summary, the introduction, the commercial overview, the parties, development brief and delivery plans, highlighting what is required to go in those, and phase delivery plans, the exit strategies, the financial model and land value, which we will talk about more in exempt, planning process, the conditions for land drawdown, the land transfer approach, the leases summary, development costs, professional team, long stop dates and delay. And that ties back to the question asked by Mr. Tate at the beginning of the meeting, which highlights the timetable for everything being done. Interestingly, important point actually, which we didn't talk about earlier, is it also puts an obligation on the council in terms of determination of planning consent as well, I believe, probably on both of us, if I understand that correctly. Delay, what are delay events? What's required in consultation, governance, variations, reviews, so exit and termination. So anyway, any questions on this high level paper? So are we, no questions on the high level decisions that are in here? So can I then suggest that we go to Appendix G, which is the redacted draft development agreement? And are there any sections required in here? That require further review? There was a lot of discussion about this. There are 45 sections of the development agreement, 14 schedules and 3 appendices. So I suggest, rather than going through all 45, which is 3 minutes of your life that none of you will get back, I will ask, are there any specific questions about the nature of the development agreement that people would like to ask? Councillor Power.
Thank you, Leader. My only question is on page 259 regarding the waiver clauses. I'm a little concerned that 10 days, which is the maximum reasonable time to confirm in writing, does not allow sufficient time for informed decision making and appropriate scrutiny. And I'd like to ask how that would be managed should the occasion arise.
Reference to clause 4.8, is it?
So I think
probably helpful to explain what a phase condition is, as well as what it means to waive it.
Page 259 of the pack. So it's 4.8.
Page 41 of the development agreement, page 259 of the pack.
This is about waiver of conditions, isn't it?
Specific clause, I think, yes, waiver of phase conditions.
Well, I can't comment on the time period because that would be a matter for the council to consider. If you think that's too short, I don't think that's a material change that we couldn't talk about with the recommended development partner if you think that won't work. But the purpose of the waiver is to enable in the right way, and it is sole discretion, I think, that certain of the conditions for the transfer of land can be waived if the other party is prepared to give consent, but it's up to you whether you give consent. But I think the question was about the time period, wasn't it? Principally.
Yes, Leader, it was about whether that gave us sufficient time to make that decision in an informed manner.
I think on that one, Councillor Power, I think we need to respond and acknowledge within the 10 days, and then we can debate with the development partner then the response and the outcomes.
I mean, it is your absolute discretion. So in one way, if it's a difficult ask, you just say no, because it would be your sole discretion. So if there's a level of discomfort about responding, the simple thing to do is just to say no.
And the phase conditions, what exactly is meant by that term?
The phase conditions have been touched on. These are the conditions that must be met before the grant of the building lease. So in other words, before any land transfers out of the council's hands, those conditions must be met. And that includes planning, funding, satisfaction of consultation conditions and so on. And only when those conditions are satisfied would the council grant the building lease to enable the developer to start building. So those are what we call phase conditions, and that would apply to each phase. You're not transferring land up front, you're only transferring land by way of a building lease when those conditions are met. What the waiver conditions do is recognise that there may be very good reason to actually waive one of those conditions. It wouldn't be normal, but it just recognises the possibility. Is that?
No, that's very helpful. Is this a sort of standard clause that's been carried over that normally fits in this kind of agreement?
Yes, because the principle is you would not want to transfer any land interest until you're satisfied that they're going to build what they said they'd build, and that would include the planning, the funding, and all the other things that are listed in the conditions. I think there's quite a few in place, but it would be vacant possession that for the council your condition to satisfy, the rest are for the developer to satisfy.
And what's the reference to agreeing? Because it talks about sole discretion, I think. Absolute discretion, but it also talks about acting reasonably. What does that mean?
So do you mean across the development agreement, Leader? It will just.
I mean, in clause 4.8. 4.8 is where the action is right now.
That relates solely, I think, to the waiver by the developer of the phase funding condition. What that means is the developer may suggest the developer may wish to waive its funding condition. They may be able to propose to you that they've got a pot of money available that means that they haven't had to source external funding. They don't need the funding to carry out the development. So if they can put up a cogent justification for not having the funding, you would have to act reasonably in approving that waiver.
So in other words, all the other conditions, effectively, we have sole discretion, but on that one, if we have to be reasonable, so we can't sort of use the fact that they might be getting funding from in a different way as a basis for refusal.
Yes, and I would say that if it's quite patently obvious that they haven't got the funding to carry out the development, you'd be acting reasonably in not agreeing to that waiver. It would be for them to explain and justify that position.
That's very helpful, thank you. We've a lot of us have sat through scrutiny and had a lot of discussion about this. Are there any other questions that people have? Councillor Ferguson, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Leader. I just wanted slight clarification or reassurance around both changes in consortium membership and also potential assignment of control. We're placing a huge emphasis on getting the right development partner and the elements within that development partner. We know that's a consortium that's being recommended, and I just wanted reassurance that, you know, we won't find ourselves suddenly in bed with somebody else, as it were. Thank you.
There is, I think, an exempt paper touching on your question, and so it might be better to pick that up there in relation to the consortium. In relation to assignment, I just want to be sure we haven't redacted. Yes, clause 25 deals with the principle of assignment, and in particular 25 2.1. So their assignment of the development agreement would be subject to your consent. That's in the clause I just referenced. In relation to the consortium structure, I think that's best picked up in exempt.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to make sure that we do cover those points and that people know that we are. Thank you.
Councillor Becker.
Thank you. At clause 10, it refers to the community and stakeholder engagement and says that the developer shall, at its own cost, use reasonable endeavours to implement the engagement plan. Can you just explain what is meant by reasonable endeavours in this context, just to provide some comfort? I think that it doesn't give too much wriggle room.
I wouldn't regard that as a wide open door. I think that might be down to practicalities. If they've arranged a meeting and some reason it can't happen because of bad weather, they've used their reasonable endeavours and it hasn't happened because of bad weather. I don't think that that's an open door for them to not do what they said they would do. And the reality will be that that engagement plan is going to be quite particular about who they intend to consult with, meet with, frequency and so on. So I don't regard the reasonable endeavours as anything more than the occasional practical problem that might get in the way, rather than being able to just say we're not doing it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions about the development agreement? Chief Executive, I'm thinking this may be a moment where if there were any scrutiny points that related to the development agreement, rather than swerving back to them later, we cover them now. Is that something you would be happy to do?
Yes, Leader, I can outline some matters. There was one key point, in fact, from scrutiny, which we just need to address at this moment in time, which is that there was a question asked as to whether the development agreement previously been reviewed by the scrutiny committee. And we advised the scrutiny committee at the time, and of course they were aware of this, that they had not seen an earlier version of the development agreement, but a full unredacted version of that DA was available to the scrutiny committee as it was to Cabinet. And that's because our scrutiny committee were clearly providing advice and comments to yourselves in order to make the decision. So both scrutiny and Cabinet have seen the full redacted DA for the same amount of time. That was one particular item. There were many questions regarding finance, and we can pick that up perhaps in the exempt session. There were no other specific points regarding the DA that we haven't addressed in other ways, but I do have some other matters that I would just like to confirm from the scrutiny committee when you're ready, Leader.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I think quite a few of the other questions relating to the development agreement will relate to the financial relationships, and we'll talk about those in exempt session. So if there are no other questions on the development agreement, then the next element of the paper is the next steps, and this just highlights the fact that we have a standstill. We then have a period of joint engagement so people can find out about the development partner, what their vision is, and this is all assuming the decision. Then be in the process of finalising the development agreement and the initial delivery plan. Then the development delivery plan, this is all as per Mrs. Lyon's presentation under the terms of the development agreement, i.e. 6 months. And the fact that the collaboration will be in line with the governance arrangements agreed at the last Cabinet Regen Committee, and the importance of early agreement to the communications and engagement strategy. It also highlights the early engagement with transport stakeholders, including talking to the bus companies and engaging on the movement strategy. The first 6 months is absolutely critical because that finalisation of the plan is a key thing. Again, we've gone through that in some detail. I don't know if there's any questions that people have above and beyond that. I suppose my only request would be that some of the things we've discussed, such as the need for early review of the risk register, and making sure that we start those conversations about where we are financially will be, in the long term, will be important things to include at an early stage. And then the last section of the paper, before I think we will then address the points in scrutiny, is what other options we have. So the decision as to what was the preferred method, which is through a development agreement in order to deliver the scheme, was taken a year ago. We've gone through this procurement process. In essence, the choice that we have in front of us today is either we appoint or we don't. And the alternative to appointing is not costless, either in terms of time or money, if we have any intention of regenerating Central Winchester. So I don't know if people have any other comments on the options there. No. Right, so we've now gone through the entire paper and all the key sections that we needed to have gone through, but I know that colleagues will have exempt matters that they wish to discuss in more detail. But before we do that, Chief Executive, can you take us through, and I know most of us, many of us were at the scrutiny meeting, and those of us who are of a particular bent, such as myself, will have watched the edited highlights on YouTube. But I wonder if you could take us through the key conclusions or the points made by scrutiny, make sure that we've addressed them all, and particularly the 4 questions that were outstanding and passed on to the committee at the end.
Thank you, Leader, of course. As you said, Councillor Todd, and you said in your introduction, yourself and Councillor Lerney were sat at the scrutiny table last week and were answering questions from Scrutiny Direct, and other Cabinet members were in attendance in the room. And as you said, the meeting is online and has been viewable. At that meeting, the team did an introduction. There were questions and debate, both in public and in private. And in due course, those minutes will be made available. But I do have a set of emerging notes from that meeting, which I'm able to offer you as the broad comments made. There was a full and broad debate, and many questions were asked and many answered on a range of issues throughout the evening. So I will set out the scope of those points. But before I do, I would say that, of course, Ms Lyons has also made a presentation to you today that addresses many of the points I'm about to make, and you yourselves as Cabinet have answered questions that scrutiny asked themselves. So if you'll just indulge me for a few minutes, because I do have several points I need to bring to your attention, I will run through the points of scrutiny. So first of all, as I said, there was a clarification around the DA and when it was seen. The second point that was raised, and I believe we have covered this today, is indeed the process of the evaluation. And that has been set out both on the slides and in the report and in the supporting appendices. The point I'd like to make, though, which scrutiny did wish to explore, was the team that did the evaluation competent to do so? And I just wanted to take the opportunity to assure Cabinet that as set out in the Council's standing orders, the evaluation process is taken care of by officers, and that recommendation of officers comes to Cabinet, which is the process we are in today. And as I'm sure members know, but for the benefit of the record, the team, as Ms Lyons said earlier, was herself as the project manager, John East and Jeff Coe, our head of property, all of whom have extensive regeneration experience, and they were advised, as Ms Lyons said earlier, with a range of advisors who were able to give support and advice during the process. But the decisions and the scoring made during that evaluation, as Ms Lyons has said, was by those 3 officers. There was a follow-on question regarding the quality of bids, and I think, as was asked at the time, were the team surprised, and I think pleasantly surprised at the quality of the bids received, and the answer unanimously was yes, it was. And then scrutiny went on to explore the level of confidence in the partner, their details. There was a question around the indemnity within the DA, and those were answered at the time. There was then some considerable questions around the content of the actual development that will be designed. I was trying to pick my words carefully there. And I think, Leader, if I may, it may be worth spending a few moments just to talk around the housing aspects, because you've discussed today the importance of young people and the importance of retaining talent in the district. But there was a particular question regarding housing and the mix of housing that would be on site for multi-generational living. So I think that would probably be worth exploring. But that is set out in the council plan section in this report. Considerable discussion on finance. Again, you will cover that in the exempt session, but you've touched on it in public, which is around the income, the treatment of the council's previous capital investment, clarification on profit share and overage, and land values. We've covered some of that. We'll need to cover that a little bit more in exempt. You've spent some time exploring the risk of the project, and this was an issue raised by scrutiny, particularly around issues of affordability and viability, and indeed any non-delivery. And you have discussed that, and you have indicated, Leader, that you wish the risk log to return back to CabCon Regen, so you can continue to maintain a weather eye on that particular aspect. There was considerable discussion on the leasing arrangements and discussion of a long stop date, and you have discussed that this morning. And if I then turn to the next steps, as I've just bracketed these points made by scrutiny, there was discussion on the next steps regard to planning, with regard to the process that will take place, and Miss Lyons set out in her presentation that it will be a hybrid process. Some considerable discussion regarding compliance with conditions set, and in fact we've just started to touch on that now. An important consideration with regard to would the planning application or any changes to it align with the aspirations of the city, and at the time you answered that at scrutiny last week, and I'm sure you would say it again today. The SPD provides the framework for any development coming forward, and that all matters brought through in planning must align with the development brief. The importance of archaeology was raised at scrutiny and has absolutely been discussed here today. And if I just look at my final point, there was also a consideration around governance, about how we manage this exciting but complex project going forward, how we engage with our residents and stakeholders. And at the time, we discussed the importance of the open forum. And of course, this committee of Cabinet exists and the CabCon regeneration exists. So you gave assurances last week at the time of those. So I would think, Leader, if I consider the points made at scrutiny, there just might be a moment to just give Cabinet an overview of the housing provision that would be on the site. And then I'm sure you could go into exempt session regarding the finances. Thank you, Leader.
Yes, and when you say housing, you mean affordable housing or all types of housing?
I think all types.
All types of housing. Who wants to provide Ms. Newsham.
Thank you very much, Leader. So bidder and the recommended development partners approach to the residential product on the space is set out in Appendix B, both in relation to achieving the objectives of the SPD, but also the investment objectives. The recommended development partner envisages a range of different types of residential unit which could come forward, which enable people to move through different types of spaces depending on where they are in their life. So that could be the ability to enable young people to get onto the housing ladder through affordable through homes which are either affordable in terms of affordable housing sense, but also in terms of open market homes, which are at a reasonable price point. And then to be able to transition through different housing typologies on the site without having to leave, if circumstances change, and that could be, you know, having a family, that could be actually somebody wanting to downsize when they're later in life to a smaller home which requires less maintenance or cleaning, etc. So what the recommended development partner envisages to do is to have that multi-generational living ability which caters for all stages of life and creates that ability to step between different types of housing which are needed at different ages and stages as people develop and grow.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that. Obviously, one of the key issues for us in housing in Winchester and the Winchester district is affordability. And you've talked about, you know, the desire to have different types of tenure, different size of properties to track as people's life circumstances change. But I wondered if you could say a little bit more about developers, the recommended developers' development partners' commitment to the affordable housing element within the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. So specifically thinking about affordable housing in terms of policy compliance, the recommended development partner has absolutely stated within their final tender that they would look to deliver policy compliant affordable housing, which as set out in the SPD and the existing local plan is 40%. And this is also consistent with the way in which we tested bidders through the final tender stage in relation to the viability approach on the site, and that was consistent with 40%. I think one thing we need to be mindful of is the emerging local plan, and that has policies, emerging policies, and setting out potential changes in relation to the requirements on affordable housing, and specifically which the Central Winchester Regeneration Site would fall into. So I think we all need to keep an eye on how those policies progress through the various different stages of consultation, and to make sure that actually at the point of submitting planning, that the recommended development partner, the development partner then is in line with policy.
I think also in addition, just quickly to come in there, one of the key elements to this is recognising that the affordable housing is a really important part of it, and therefore the registered social provider is also on board, ready to be part of what comes forward at Central Winchester. So very much up front and centre.
Any other questions or comments on housing? Right. We will now need to go into exempt session in order to consider the information contained in the exempt appendices to CAB 3371 before returning to open session to consider the report's recommendations. The live streaming to YouTube will be stopped while we're in exempt session, but will restart when we return to the open session at the meeting. Members of the public and the press are asked to leave the meeting room. The Wintonian room is available for you to wait in should you wish to, and an officer will escort you. Once we have finished discussing the exempt appendices, we will come back into open session. You will be invited to rejoin us if you wish at this point. Once back in open session, we will move to further debate and consideration of the report recommendations. So I'd like to move that we move into exempt session. Do I have a seconder? Lots of seconders. I'll go with Councillor Lerney, since she's done so much to get this project to this stage. So therefore, we're now moving into exempt session. Five-minute break, and I do mean a 5-minute break, so that we can actually put some blood into our legs and avoid our apps. 10 minutes.
Maternity.
Thank you. Welcome back to this meeting of Cabinet on March the 6th, 2023 in the King Charles Hall in the Winchester Guildhall. So we have just had a discussion of the exempt parts of the paper. Those are the commercially confidential ones. We had a detailed review of the final bids, looking at the detailed scoring and also considering the different financial approaches that were taken and how that was reflected in the scoring. We then reviewed the development partner's commercial position, which is one of the papers, including the nature of the consortium and how changes to the consortium might happen or be controlled in the future, are limited by the development agreement. And then we had a discussion about the development agreement, which included discussions of issues such as phasing and notice periods within the development agreement and how that would fit alongside the council's governance. The next thing I'd want to cover before we move to debate is any outstanding issues from scrutiny. Chief Executive, I think we have a request to note the comments they made and some specific recommendations, most of which I think we've already answered, but it would be useful.
Thank you very much, Leader, and thank you for allowing me to feed in the points of scrutiny which were made during our meeting at the appropriate time in your discussions and consideration today. Many of the points were answered in the public session, but we have answered some of those points which were raised in the exempt session of scrutiny in the exempt session of this Cabinet. And all of those points will be covered in the minute of scrutiny, which will be published in due course. However, the Scrutiny Committee agreed to forward the following comments to Cabinet. Firstly, that if a key focus of the project was housing for young people, then this should be clearly stated. And that Cabinet should consider if further discussion is needed to clarify the Council's requirements, as concern was raised the preferred developer may wish to take a different approach. That officers advise whether there are other examples of similar 250-year leases within the Council, and that the next stage of governance and engagement are mapped out to ensure ongoing understanding and agreement, and that differences to the delivery plan and development agreement are reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we had, thank you to Councillor Lerner, we had quite a good discussion about housing for young people and the role of young people within the development agreement and how that's captured within the development priorities. In terms of the preferred development model that we talked about, in terms of long-term management of the site, that was something we discussed in exempt session. I don't know if it's something we could reference in public session or not, but we did look at, actually I think we can't, but we did explicitly look at what different models there might be for the long-term management of the site, and received advice, a view from officers of the different bidders and the different options and the merits of the proposed bidder. We've been explicitly asked if there are other examples of a similar 250-year lease approach within the council. I mean, obviously, lease approaches change over time. And we've heard examples from other councils. And of course, we've never done a redevelopment on this scale before. But do we have perspective on other leases?
Leader, would you like me to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Hendy.
We have over 60 long-term leases, as you've already mentioned, a variety of types of those leases and a variety of length of lease. We have 7 commercial ground leases, which would be similar to the situation here. None of those are for 250 years. The shortest is 103. The longest, as of today, is 150, a lease for a new surgery. So all those leases are specific single land use, so not comparable with the situation that you're presented today. And I think you've already received professional advice that this is not out of ordinary in terms of other mixed use regeneration schemes in terms of.
Thank you, Mr. Hendy. That's very helpful. And then the last point was that the next stages of governance and engagement are mapped out to ensure ongoing understanding and agreement, and the differences to the delivery plan development agreement are reviewed. And I think we talked, Mrs. Lyons highlighted the fact that we would be getting a set of dates in terms of ongoing engagement and consultation. And I think I'm happy to commit that at an early stage we will produce a draft forward plan for meetings of the Cabinet Regeneration Committee that includes any elements relating to the decision making to get us to the timings needed on the development delivery plan. We also talked separately in terms of governance about the importance of the risk register going there and the early engagement on financial issues. So I think all of those 4 points have been addressed. Are there any questions that Cabinet members have? We have gone through every section, every paper, almost every single appendix, apart from the ones that were previously agreed. So I think we may now be in the position of being able to have some debate in terms of the final recommendations, which I will go through. But we have carefully considered, I think, all of the recommendations and what we're required to do. So, colleagues, who wants to kick off with some comments as to whether we should follow those recommendations or not? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Leader. Well, I think we all are aware that this is a truly exciting decision to be making, choosing a development partner who will work with us to transform the central area of Winchester and start work on a project that's been hanging around for 20+ years. And of course, such a momentous decision comes with some apprehension. And I suspect that my Cabinet colleagues around this table will feel excited about it, but also there will be a degree of apprehension as well, just purely because of the history of the site. But we took the decision early last year at full council to enter into a competitive dialogue process to find the right development partner. And we have been very strict, and we've really adhered to that process throughout the months that followed. And we've talked a lot about that process today. We have visited developments that our final 3 bidders had built. We took with us members of the reference group, which included the Leader of the Opposition. They have all, the bidders have all been questioned vigorously about their ideas and plans for our site, and they have presented their views both to Cabinet and again members of the reference group. And of course, only last week we had another 4.5 hours of scrutiny going through the papers that we are looking at today. But I just wanted to make a few comments about we should not forget why we are doing this and why we've sat in this room for 5+ hours this morning. For me, it's all about supporting and growing our local economy and ensuring that Winchester continues to be a great place to live, work and visit. It's about protecting and enhancing our heritage and culture. It's about retaining young people in Winchester through innovative employment options and a greater focus on creating a buoyant nighttime economy. And it's also about smartening up a central part of our city which has become neglected and abandoned for too long. We had a member of the public, Mr. Tate, who came in this morning and was really passionate about the risk of doing nothing. And I completely agree with him. We are incredibly fortunate in Winchester. We do have a busy and vibrant high street with increased footfall, and our shop vacancy rate is half that compared to other similar sized cities. But we really do need to build on that success. We cannot be complacent, and we need to ensure that our town centre continues to punch above its weight in the future. Our residents and businesses tell us that they are frustrated that nothing has been done to this area for decades, and they really just want us to get on with it. Only last weekend, I was speaking to a local business owner who talked of his sheer frustration, like Mr. Tate, that this prime site in our own town centre has had no investment and has been left to decay. And he was really fed up that nothing seemed to change. And we seem to have been operating at that part of our the city with one arm behind our back. Everything else is going really well. We've got the high footfall, vibrant high street, and yet we've got a major chunk that is just sitting there with not much happening. So there is a real risk of not doing nothing, and that would be letting down those businesses who want us to ensure that our high street and city remain vibrant, and we will also be letting down our residents who are also frustrated that the site has been neglected for so long. So I'm really delighted to be sitting in this meeting today, looking at the recommendations before us and really wanting to push forward with a development partner that we believe we've done all the checks and balances to choose this preferred bidder. I am very happy with the recommendations before us and I will be supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Who else wants to say something? Councillor or Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Leader, and indeed thank you, Councillor Thompson, for saying a lot of what I also wanted to say. Like other members of Cabinet, and I'm sure the wider resident population, I'm really pleased that we are moving forward with this project. I've been in Winchester now for over 25 years, and regeneration has been spoken of all that time. It will be a delight to not have to drive past the hoardings outside Friarsgate during my lifetime, she says, which hopefully will be in not too many years going forward. Like Councillor Thompson said, I know that there is some anxiety around making such a big decision, and I think that anxiety is partly predicated on what has happened in the past. And a real concern that the council won't retain enough control or won't be able to influence the outcome in a way that is necessary. I think that what's clear from the papers we've seen today, which I've gone through several times, and the discussions we've had here in this room and in exempt, and those discussions that were also had at scrutiny, is the amount of diligence and thoroughness with which officers have gone through the process of procuring an appropriate development partner, and very much around how they've evaluated those 13 developers who came forward to get down to that 3 shortlisted partners and the one that they're recommending today. Getting the right development partner is undoubtedly crucial to the project, as the success of the Central Winchester regeneration is going to take trust and that close partnership working. I'm also reassured that the council this time will retain greater control over the development than when the scheme was previously brought forward. As well as the considerable time choosing the right partner, which I've already touched upon, there are safeguards within the draft development agreement. The council will have to agree the delivery plan, the phase plan, and the planning application will have to go through the normal process. All of those are based on the very detailed development brief, which in turn was based on a supplementary planning document. With my housing hat on just for a moment, my portfolio responsibility, I'm also really pleased to see in this that absolute commitment by the developer to providing a range of housing options, which will suit not only the young people, whom we know often we lose in that sort of 25 to 35-year-old range, but will also suit others in our district. And again, we've talked today about the developers' commitment to not only providing a range of housing options, but making sure there are those affordable housing options, which we know we need in the city, because the retention of young people isn't just about work opportunities. It's not about nighttime opportunities. It's also about, can they afford to live in the city? So that's really, really important. In a recent resident survey that we've literally done a few weeks ago, where we're looking at refreshing the council's housing strategy, the number one issue for residents was the affordability of housing, the availability of housing, particularly for the young people who responded. And they want to be able to live in a vibrant city where there are opportunities for them, where they know that they can prosper and thrive. Given all of that, Leader, I, like Councillor Thompson, are very happy to support the recommendations that are put forward with us today,
Thank you, Councillor Power.
Thank you, Leader. I'm also trepidatious about this, and I think given the history of the site, that's no surprise to anybody. But we have to look at the benefits. It's going to bring a very sad area into use. It's going to provide a mix of housing for a mix of people. There's going to be improved biodiversity and permeability, which will do more to mitigate the flooding in the centre of Winchester than opening the culverts, I suspect. An improved tourism offer, improved energy efficiency and improved public realm, a range of places to work, improved public transport provision, preserves the heritage and improves the energy efficiency of the city, and addresses the embodied carbon challenge, which doesn't exactly keep me awake at night, but does leave me with concerns. We do have to look at the risks and what we're doing to mitigate those risks. The biggest risk is non-delivery, and we have been through an extensive procurement process to ensure we get the best possible partner. We have a plan to manage the lost income and, most importantly, to report in an open and transparent manner how we are doing against that deliverable. We've got to protect our reputation. We are taking people with us. The public engagement process we are promised is intrinsic to that. And I think we do have to talk about the timescales, because it will be a few years before we see a deliverable on the ground. However, we have seen this area and its redevelopment rushed before, and claims of, yes, it's going to happen now. That did not go well. I prefer this long-term and evolutionary approach with a partner who intends to remain with us for many, many years. I'm very happy with the mitigation processes we've got in place. Very happy with the continued commitment to manage the risks and to see those risks as they become apparent and how we mitigate those risks. And I will be supporting these recommendations unequivocally.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Lerney.
Thank you, Leader. As the longest standing member of the council here today, I can assure everybody listening that this is very different to what has gone before. We are choosing a partner. We are choosing, and I think that choosing is really important. We are choosing a partner, not having one foisted on us as a result of land ownership or market conditions. With 13 expressions of interest, we've been able to choose a great shortlist, as the final evaluation scores have shown. We've followed the approach which was agreed by full council and done all our due diligence in coming to a decision. Having visited developments completed and in process by the proposed partner, I am very confident that they will be able to help us achieve the vision as represented by the SPD and our council plan. So I'm really pleased that we've now been able to come to the point, and it has taken a long time because we have done all our due diligence, where we've been able to come to the point where we can make a decision on this. And I am very confident that we have a good way forward for the council.
Thank you, Councillor Lerney. Councillor Gordon-Smith.
Well, as an erstwhile urban designer, I find myself immensely excited to have finally reached this stage, a first step in the regeneration process for central Winchester, and to see it moving towards reality. I've never seen development as a retrograde move and to be fought against. I always see it as an opportunity for growth, and in this case, growth that makes use of a neglected and underused area. As a basis, we have the SPD, which says in its introduction, it's to provide planning advice and guidance, and does not set out to be a prescriptive design guidance nor a site-by-site allocation of uses. It's not a blueprint, but a set of principles. And I feel also it's not a Bible in the fundamentalist sense of being rigidly interpreted, but rather more as a revealed Bible, which can be reinterpreted with increasing knowledge. Perhaps like the Bible, there's some of it which is rather irrelevant. And it suggests, for example, bringing in a department store as an economic boost, which is very much a solution from several decades ago. However, it gets its validity from being the fruit of public consultation, and that is its basis. Like Ian Tate, I've always struggled with Winchesterness, and I think in Humpty Dumpty says in the Alice Through the Looking Glass, a word means what I want it to mean. And to me, it means a collective design that reflects the history, exciting architectural jumble of the city, but controlled within a spatial framework of height and relating to street patterns, whilst providing a fine grain of land uses. And also the development of linking public spaces and street level detail that will create the attraction. Risk. Well, obviously, this has been discussed at great length. I think we all know the safe, easy option would have been to have flogged the land off at the beginning to a property developer, get in high-end housing for all the wealthy clientele that would like to move to Winchester. But this does no way to providing for the city's future and for what it needs in the long term. We know too that property development is a risky business, and what we're doing on a small stage is very much affected by the larger national economy, which is very far from being in safe hands. Risk mitigation has been discussed by people far more knowledgeable than me, but I think we do all realise that there's going to be rocks and pitfalls on the road ahead, but hopefully we've guarded against these. I have found this a fascinating journey to have been on, and one which I hope to continue to play a part in the future. And I'd say I'm very profoundly grateful to all the experts, both in-house and external, who've talked us through and helped us in our internal debates, and who've given us the benefit of their vast professional experience. And I, for one, never tire of listening to experts. I think from this debate that we've had and from the, should we say, advice and so on, we have a well thought out scheme. It's not cobbled together as the earlier one, but with a very sound foundations on which to progress. And I think there's a line in the Scottish play that says, "We fail, but screw your courage to the sticking place and we'll not fail." So I shall be supporting this.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Gordon-Smith. And thank you, Cabinet, for all your comments. We sit here balancing various risks, the risk of doing nothing and the risk that nothing happens are not the same in Winchester. And too often rushing ahead can be a rush to failure. So I really appreciate the careful work that has brought us to this point, not just the very careful and thorough procurement process, and the work that has been done to bring forward three excellent proposals, all of which scored highly, but also one that we are being recommended to choose today. And we're able to do that because of work by a lot of people over many years, because we assembled the site, because we started with creation of a clear vision through the SPD, because we have got a different development agreement, a very different development agreement than the one that was signed off in 2004, one which builds in democracy, builds in consultation, but sets clear objectives. And most importantly, is one that comes when it gets signed with the partner, as a result of a careful process of evaluating, do we have somebody who gets what's right for Winchester, who gets what the City Council is trying to achieve, who will work with the council and with the people of Winchester, and equally importantly, has the ability to actually make it happen, which is also hugely important. And after all the consultation that has gone on, the consideration that has happened over the course of the year of those of us involved in the procurement process, through the long and extremely helpful scrutiny committee, and through the discussions today, and I'd like to thank officers and outside advisors for the advice they've given us, do I sit here confident that we are on the right path and that we found the right partner? And the answer to that is, I do. Will it be easy? Will there be trade-offs? Will we run into the problem of hakeism, wanting everything and not wanting to, not recognizing that there will be choices along the way? Well, of course we will. But fundamentally, I believe we found somebody who will do the things we've asked them to do. If you look at what we scored them on, they'll respect the SPD, they'll respect the wider objectives that we've set for them, the environmental objectives, the ones that relate to transport and active travel, the ones that relate to the nature of who we want to be actively using this site, as well as the design considerations that we've outlined. And the careful process, you know, and I wasn't clear that this was going to work at the beginning of the process, and I have been very positively surprised, and I'm very pleased that actually we ended up with three, you know, in a situation of choosing between three strong bids and not sort of feeling railroaded into one option. So I believe that if we make the decision today, we will have found the right partner. We will have opened up the next chapter in redeveloping this part of central Winchester. We have found somebody who will come forward in partnership with the council and the people of Winchester for a proposal, a scheme that works for the city that we all love, that works for the council, and works for the people of Winchester, not just now, but in the future as well. I would like to thank a lot of people who have done a lot of work on this. I'd like to thank the councillors who've had responsibility for this project, particularly Councillor Horrell, Councillor Lerney. I'd like to thank the officers and directors. Firstly, the directors who have done this alongside their other work, but also the dedicated officers, particularly Mr. East and Ms. Lyons for the work they've done, and their colleagues. I'd like to thank our outside advisors. Ms. Newsham from JLL, Mr. Matthews from Brown Jacobson, Nick Wolford from 3110. I can see Claire is still here. Claire Benny, who has been very helpful, Katie, who's been Katie Kopak has been an important part of the journey. If anybody else is here who I haven't mentioned, I apologise. Jeff Coe is here, who has also played an important part in the entire process. I think, although I've touched on Verian in passing, I don't think I can leave it there. She has been the engine at the heart of driving this process forward, immensely respected by councillors, by fellow council colleagues and by the professionals, advisors that she deals with. And we would not be here without your energy and positivity and professionalism. So I'd like to put on record how grateful the council is for everything that you've done on that, and how grateful I am too. We are now moving to the recommendations. Here we go. Cabinet, we are recommended to, first, note any issues raised by the Scrutiny Committee at its meeting on the 27th of February 2023. I believe we've done that. Secondly, note that the procurement process was conducted in accordance with the Public Contracts Regulation 2015, leading to the recommended selection of a development partner as set out in section 12 and 13 of this report. 3. Note the recommended development partner's response to the Central Winchester Regeneration Development Brief, which is summarised in section 14 of the report and set out in more detail in Appendix B, which we went through in detail. 4. Note the business case for proceeding with the appointment of the recommended development partner, which is summarised in section 15 of the report and set out in more detail in Appendix C. That's slightly different from what is written on the page. And Appendix C1, the selection questionnaire, evaluation questions and scoring criteria. Appendix C2, final tender evaluation questions and scoring criteria, except Appendix C3, the moderated scoring from the selection questionnaire, which we discussed in exempt. Exempt Appendix C4, the moderated scoring from final tender. 5. Note the development agreement summary referred to in section 16 of the report and set out in more detail in Appendix D and exempt Appendix D1, the recommended development partner's commercial position. Note and have regard to the equalities impact assessment set out in Appendix E and the risk register in Appendix F. Note the redacted draft development agreement in Appendix G and the unredacted draft development agreement in exempt Appendix H. Subject to Cabinet being satisfied about matters set out in points 1 to 7 above, approve the appointment of bidder E as the recommended development partner for the Central Winchester Regeneration Project on the basis that they were the highest scoring tenderer following conclusion of the competitive dialogue process and the final tender evaluation. 9. Authorise the strategic director with responsibility for the Central Warehouse Regeneration, the Central Winchester Regeneration Project, just testing if you're all listening, in consultation with the leader and cabinet member for asset management and the service lead for legal, to incorporate the recommended development partner's tender submission into the development agreement, finalise the content of the development agreement and any necessary ancillary documents, and arrange for the development agreement and any necessary ancillary documents to be entered into on behalf of the council in accordance with Part 2, Article 14 of the council's constitution. Cabinet, are you agreed?
Agreed.
Very much indeed. We have just chosen a development partner for Central Winchester Regeneration. I believe that's the last item of business on the agenda. Thank you all very much indeed for your time and for your contribution and for your professionalism that has brought us to this point. Thank you, colleagues, also for your questions and comments. And I therefore declare the meeting closed.